Good morning, everybody. We're going to get started in just a minute. Well, hello, everybody. Welcome to our October SVAC meeting. I'm Denise Loffman, and I am the chair. And we're going to go ahead and get started. We're going to start with doing some introductions. We're going to do in-person introductions in the room, and we'll go around the table first. And then we'll get the folks in the back or the side, and then we'll go through everybody who's online. So Emily, do you want to start us off? Oh, and thank you for reminding me, if you can, remember to turn your mic on so everyone can hear you.
Good morning. My name is Emily Shook. I am the office specialist for the State Forest Division here in Salem.
Good morning, everyone. Mike Wilson, State Forest Division Chief.
Good morning, Don Everingham, ODF Northwest Oregon Area Director and one of the co-conveners of SVAC.
Hello, Amanda Sullivan-Astor, Forest Policy Manager with Associated Oregon Loggers and representing loggers on the committee.
Good morning. Good to see everybody. Barrett Brown, motorized and other recreation interests.
Good morning. Mike Tody, Conservation Director with the Oregon Hunters Association, Recreation Representative.
Margaret Magruder, Columbia County Commissioner, representing Council Forest Trust Lands.
Good morning, Nick Palazzotto, Deputy Division Chief, State Forests, and co-convener with Don.
Hello, Tyson Weprick, Adaptive Management Specialist in State Forests.
Good morning, Joe Offer, Interim Recreation Education Interpretation Program Manager.
Good morning, Colleen Kaiser, State Forest Planning Manager.
Derek Bangs, Operations Specialist.
Good morning, all. Kyle Kopp, Santiam Unit Forester, North Cascade District, ODF.
Michael Curran, District Forester, West Oregon District.
Cody Valencia, State Forest Unit Forester for West Oregon District.
Jody Kern, Planning Specialist, State Forest.
Todd Heron, State Forest Information Unit Manager.
Kate Skinner, Acting Deputy State Forester.
All right, thank you. That was well done in the room. We're going to move to the screen. And so I'll start with the participants up there. Let's start with Chet.
Good morning, everybody. Chet Beeling, Assistant District Forester for Western Lane District, ODF.
All right, thank you. How about Leslie?
Hi, everybody. Wesley Shaw, unaffiliated.
Thank you. Susan?
Susan Knudsen Obermeyer, and I'm not affiliated.
Thank you. Sherry?
Sorry, I had to find my microphone. This is Sherry Law. I'm just listening in.
Thank you. George?
Yes, George McFadden. I'm retired, so just listening.
Thank you. Cheryl?
Good morning, Cheryl Nelson, unaffiliated, relatively new member to the SVAC.
Good morning. Dan?
Good morning, everybody. Dan Stark, Oregon State University Forestry and Natural Resources Extension. I cover Clatsop, Tillamook, and Lincoln counties.
Thank you. Brad?
Good morning, everyone. Brad Catton,
ODF Astoria District Operations Coordinator.
All right, Justin. Justin Buttress.
There, I was double muted, I guess. Sorry about that. Justin Buttress, Policy Analyst in the State Forest Division.
All right, Lisa.
Lisa High, Clatsop County, non-motorized, unaffiliated, horseback riding, etc.
Thank you. Jeff Peck.
Yeah, Jeff Peck, Forest Grove Marketing Unit Forester.
Thank you. And Leslie, did we get you? Okay, let's see, Will?
You did get me. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yeah,
Well,
hi, this is Will Lawrence, ODF Astoria District.
all right, Zach?
Hi, Zach Raby. I'm the operations coordinator here in Tillamook.
Zane?
Hello, this is Zane Sandborg, Operations Forester for the Standing Am State Forest.
Thank you. Robbie?
Morning, everyone. Robbie LaFave, Assistant Area Director for Northwest ODF.
All right, and anyone I may have missed? Okay, great.
Thanks, Don. So we're going to move into public comment. If you are here and are not a member either of ODF staff or the SVAC and you wanted to make comment, this is a period of time that's open for that. Okay, it doesn't look like anybody wants to make public comment. So we will move right into the agency updates. Don, you're going to start us off.
Absolutely. So good morning. Welcome, everybody. Appreciate you being here. So here in the room, we're going to start with the agency updates. I'll maybe start at the agency highest level and work through some of that. And then as we talk about change, turn it over to Mike here for the State Forest Division. And I think we all know that saying, right, that the only thing that's constant is change, and that's significantly the case here within ODF. So we've got two different org charts over there along with the agenda, and I'm going to start with the ODF top of the line org chart. And I think Emily's going to be able to share the screen for those on screen. So as I think about the State Forest Advisory Committee, we last met in May as a group in Forest Grove with a meeting and tour there. So as we look at that org chart, some things that have changed. And I think the first thing I'll start with is the Oregon Board of Forestry. So we've got two new members of the Board of Forestry in Bob Van Dyke and Heath Curtis. And those members, their first board meeting was in June. We had a 2-day board meeting and tour. So they're appointed in some interim appointments when Carla Chambers and Chandra Ferrari left the board. So two new members started there at the June meeting. We ended up highlighting as part of the tour there the Federal Forest Restoration Program. And both those board members just kind of dove right in and engaged immediately. So some new members there with some change. Within the agency as well, at that executive level, and likely this was in place in May, but just wanted to note Kyle Williams in his position there as the Deputy Director of Fire Operations. a position that Cal had worked to get to highlight some of the challenges and to prioritize fire within the organization. So we've got that additional deputy director position there with Kyle. Obviously came back to ODF from OFIC and came back into a deputy director of fire position right before an absolutely historic fire season. So really appreciate that and the capacity that he brings to the organization. Deputy State Forester, and you'd heard Kate, and as noted in the news, Mike Shaw is on leave, administrative leave, and so Kate Skinner has been the acting Deputy State Forester and took that role in the middle of fire season and has been doing a great job. So Tillamook District Forester is her day job, has stepped up and filling that role as Deputy State Forester, and really appreciate her doing that. And the capacity that she's brought to that role as well. Backfilling in Tillamook with Eddie Walmart currently. We do have a newer HR director in Shawneen Scott as well. So just wanted to note that. So some new faces, some change. When we look at the executive team, a fairly new group that's, working to get to know each other and to moving forward. Looking at my notes, I'll leave the division to Mike. A couple other things I just wanted to note in that org structure. And Joe Offer introduced himself as the REI program manager in an interim role. Laura Fredrickson took a job with DEQ in Central Oregon and moved over to the dry side of the hill. And that transition occurred this summer. Joe stepped up in a developmental there and is serving in that position throughout the end of this fiscal year. So kind of a key with interims and developmentals, and ultimately that's a good thing, right? People get that experience. It also means we're asking people to step up and fill holes as we need. And aligned with that as well as the other one I would say is, so we show Chris Klein as the Fire Protection Division Chief. Ultimately, he's filling that as a developmental as well. I think that's been about a year, but a potential, opportunity there for that position moving forward. Looking at my notes, I think with that, we'll probably transition from this higher level org chart to the division org chart, and feel free to cover anything else, Mike, that you think I might have missed there.
Right, thanks, Don. So shifting over to the State Forest Division, we've had a lot of changes over the last year, and I'm really happy about all of them. For sure. I think it really shows the resilience of our staff. And even though, you all know how challenged we are with capacity, we have lots of position authority and not a whole lot of money. So, or at least not as much money as we'd like. So I really appreciate folks stepping up. So first and foremost, Nick, everybody knows Nick, but Nick is now the Deputy Division Chief for the State Forest Program. Happy about that move. And we've had Todd Heron, who has moved into the Information Management Unit Manager role. So that's been great. We are not backfilling currently behind Todd. There's going to be a recruitment for that position coming out fairly soon for the forest analyst. That is a challenging position to fill for sure. But right now, Todd is having to do a lot of double duty as both a new manager and still the person at ODF who handles our forest modeling and so forth. Corey Grinnell has stepped up as well to fill in behind Nick as the acting biological support unit manager, doing a great job there. And that recruitment's going to be coming out. Nick, when do you think that'll probably come out?
As soon as I get it advertised.
All right, good.
Maybe next week, as soon as next week.
Okay, great. So that's good. Also, want to point out that Derek Bangs has been serving in a unique role. If you've been tracking this for a while, you know that we had 2 deputy division chiefs for a while. And that has kind of become the model for the department, for the divisions. There are 2 deputy division chiefs. We are not current, we still have a position authority for that. For cost savings, quite frankly, right now, we're not filling it. But there's a need there in that role. It's a bit of a hybrid between what Don used to do as a state forest operations manager and also what the planning deputy division chief used to do. And that is, there's a field coordination role there that we want to try and make strong, keep strong with Salem and the districts. And Derek has been doing a great job riding herd on a lot of things. For instance, I think maybe the most significant thing is a field manual for our field staff to be able to implement the HCP without having to use the HCP and interpret it for themselves. And also other best management practices and other kinds of coordination to increase our standardization, our effectiveness, and all of that. So really appreciate him doing that. The plan is at some point to fill that position. I cannot tell you when at this point that will happen. But our staff are doing a great job. There are a few vacancies that are not being filled in the meantime. Nobody is actually backfilling for Corey while he is in the biological support unit manager. Once we fill that position, we'll know if we're how to proceed with that. So where you see vacancies here, you do see a lack of capacity. And I'll say that, Colleen's unit is continually taxed with having a lot to do there. And, so we have Derek acting in a capacity now, as I said, but, nobody's really backfilling for him. And so it puts a lot of strain on the system. For sure. But anyway, trying to think here, I'll let Nick maybe say a few words about the org chart as well. Anything you want to add, Nick, or anything that I missed?
I don't think so. I guess I would clarify that Mike Davis is backfilling behind Corey, and so Mike's position is then vacant. So it's that constant musical chairs around here. And, in particular, coming off of the fire season, I think Robbie will talk in a little bit about some of the stats from fire season and about how it affected capacity. But all season long, while folks on teams or, other folks are out on fires, everybody that's left behind, I always talk about it as the home fires, everybody here is backfilling for everybody else. So I guess that's about it. We're lean and mean, the division.
Great. Thank you. Any questions? All right, then we're going to move into the fire season update.
All right, that's for me. So again, Robbie LaFave, the Assistant Area Director for Northwest. I'm going to share my screen here just so I've got a little slide for y'all. Let me know when you can see it.
Yeah, we can see it.
So I'm kind of just going to let y'all look at this here for a second to kind of take it in. So this is our 2024 fire season on one map. And so when I look at it, it almost feels overwhelming to look at and to look back at what we did this last summer. So some of the things I want to highlight first is you see a lot of these little dots here on the map, and I know it's kind of hard to see on your screen, but those are all the fires that you never heard about. That's ODF doing initial attack. keeping those fires small so they don't become a named fire and they don't become a team deployment. And so while we're working on these large fires, we're also over here putting out all these small ones so that way they don't become another problem. So when you think about what we just went through here in Oregon in 2024 for the fire season, 1.9 million acres burned, 6 fires over 100,000 acres. We had 11 ODF IMT deployments, 12 if you count the ice storm in February down to Springfield. I think Eastern Oregon, in brief, something like 75 incident management teams this summer over there on fires. In terms of the cost, it's over a $300 million fire season for the agency. Some other kind of stats that kind of help the story at a local level. Just for one example, I'll use the North Cascade District. They had 995 days of their employees off district and overhead assignments, and 395 days on engine assignments. So close to 1,200 personnel days spent off district this fire season. The average deployment for their employees was 11 days, and the longest deployment was 23 days. That's a significant amount of time for our staff to be away from not only their day job, but their families, and to be over there and supporting Oregonians and fighting those fires to make sure that we get them out and to protect the land that we're in charge of protecting. To think about it from a Northwest Oregon area perspective, from mid-July through the end of September, we had anywhere between 80 to 115 staff deployed out of area. That included overhead and engines and strike teams. So this included staff from all 3 divisions, so State Forest, Forest Resources and Protection, our FFR program, and our admin staff who went over there. And so when you think about that and you think about what we see, so what does that mean? This is the State Forest Advisory Committee. So what does that mean for state forests? I'm sure Derek will say it here and Colleen in their updates, but that means we're about a quarter to a quarter and a half behind on timber sales. And so Derek is working with the districts to really come up with a plan to be able to catch up. And we do think we'll get all of our timber sales in on time for this fiscal year. But when we use that complete coordinated system and the militia to go do that, it does create a drawdown on getting things done in other programs. And so with that, I have a couple of closing thoughts. I don't want to take too long on this. To me, it really was an unprecedented year by any measure or statistic or anything that you want to talk about with fire. But the one thing for me that I want to highlight is the safety record this summer. We had so many exposure hours out there on the line, and then just driving to and from these fires. When you talk about somebody from Astoria driving all the way out to Durkee or Ukiah 3 different times and back, that's a lot of time behind the wheel. And I think we did a really great job with our safety record this summer, and that's something to be proud of. And now we have all of our staff home, and we just want them, to take some time, get caught up, sure, but also just be home and do something at home with their family, get caught up with their family. So with that, I'll stop sharing my screen and I'll let Dawn answer any questions about fire.
Yeah, thanks, Robbie. And thanks for covering Northwest most all of fire season. I do appreciate it. Yeah, maybe just some other thoughts there related to fire season and it tied to that agency updates. So significant historic, you touched on a lot of those key metrics, right? 1.9 million acres, significantly higher than 2020, right? We keep having these historic and, this one is, or this, whatever term you use. But we're starting to see that trend more often. And then financially, so gross costs, $320 million. I think 2 decades ago, the average cost of a fire season was 15 million. And then with this last decade, that went up to a 10-year average of 75. We have had a past fire season where we spent over 100 million. But to think about 300 million, and ultimately us as an organization needing to pay those gross costs until future reimbursements can come in, whether that's from federal agencies or FEMA. Ultimately, we got to come up with that cash flow until we can find those reimbursements. So a lot of work being done with the agency leadership, working with the governor's office, the e-board, ensuring that we've got the cash flow on hand to be able to pay our vendors. And so most districts are out of fire season. I believe Southwest Oregon is still in fire season. Ultimately, districts up here went out of fire season without that traditional number of inches of precipitation that actually brings them some comfort. But by the time we got to mid-October, there's some challenges being in fire season, working with our partners, and have kind of made that call. It looks like up here on the west side that weather is coming, starting tonight and tomorrow. And so as I look here, October 25th, it's definitely the duration of fire season has been significant. And then ultimately the fires are out, but the finance work is significant. And so working to organize that as part of a statewide effort, putting those payment teams together, and ensuring that we can process that audit, do that work timely. But with the dollar figures there, significant additional workload around the finance piece. The other thing tied to a fire season like that is then ultimately we start with the fire suppression. Ultimately, then we do some repair work, but then there's recovery efforts. And so the Board of Forestry had the opportunity to go to Pendleton last week to tour the Battle Mountain Complex, and ultimately kind of have those a presentation related to the suppression costs, capacity challenges, but actually now the restoration work that needs to be done, coordinating ultimately with the other divisions in the agency, maybe more of a forest resources type of capacity need as we transition from fire season into some of these other grant and other agency programs that help landowners with the recovery effort. So as we saw in 2020, and at least for state forest, really did live on the Sandy Am of shifting capacity to that state forest land for a significant amount of time to try to get the recovery work completed. I've heard the Central Oregon district say that they've just inherited another 5 years of additional work as part of that recovery effort. The other thing, so I'd mentioned the Board of Forestry, also tied to that was this fire funding work group that with that Senate Bill 4133 that did not move out of the last legislative session. There was a budget note for ODF and OSFM to meet and look at some potential changes to the funding structure. That group is about 35 individuals. They met there in Pendleton and are working on developing a recommendation to put forth in this next legislative session. Senator Golden was at the meeting as well as on the Board of Forestry meeting and tour. A lot of conversation and work. And when the agency went to the September e-board, really a recognition by legislators that the funding, the cash flow is a significant challenge when that dollar figure is not allocated in advance of fire seasons. So as I think about transitioning workload, fire suppression, ultimately in the field, at some point it will be around supporting recovery efforts here in Salem, transitioning into a legislative session with likely a recommendation from a work group and multiple other bills around the funding structure for fire protection. So while I thought we used to have some downtime, it doesn't seem to exist kind of wherever you sit within the organization, kind of pace of the work. But just as Robbie had said, a tremendous effort by the staff, and it's a neat thing about this agency kind of coming together for that one mission in fire season. And while a bit of exhausting, people believe in the mission, are dedicated to it. And I know I'm staring at a couple, at least 3 people in the room, state forest employees that were out over 60 days on fire assignments. So it's a neat part of the work that we do. It's essentially brings a lot of job satisfaction. It's neat to be a part of. It takes a toll, as Robbie had said, maybe with other workload that tends to fall behind, and then we'll work to put a strategy together to try to mitigate that as much as possible. So with that, thank you, Robbie, for that presentation. Appreciate it. I'd open it up to the group for any thoughts or comments.
Great. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Maybe one question and then a comment too, but a number of state forest acres burned this summer.
I do have that, and I meant to say that it's about 120 acres is what State Forest lost, and it was on the Copperfield fire down outside of Klamath Lake.
Yeah, I thought I heard 120 acres, Robbie.
Yep.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, and we're currently going through the salvage kind of, and we do the annual operations report for them, going through the specialist review for that to be sold.
Thank you. So the other comment seems like every time anybody says this is a historic fire season, we wish we wouldn't have said that because it gets worse the next time around. But I think I've probably been guilty of that a time or two in communications there too. But just to touch on a ripple effect, this agency really, is the focal point for that. But just as an example, when I talked to our partners at one of your sister agencies, the Department of Fish and Wildlife, they're now dealing with, if you look at that map that Robbie shared there, significant portions of Eastern Oregon, which are all under what they call a control hunt system, and reaching out to some 13 to 15,000 people who drew tags, some of them which took 10, 20 years to draw that tag, and trying to figure out what to do in those spots that either had significant burns or are still close to the public entry and some things like that. So there's huge ripple effects that go. You look at the magnitude of impact here with ODF, and certainly there's a ripple effect. I can't imagine what ODOT had to deal with this summer with roads and now subsequent recovery work and trying to make those roads safe. So it's really a far-reaching thing. And I don't know the numbers you're sharing in terms of finance are specific to suppression costs and probably the agency here, but there's a lot more out there too, just to not forget about.
So 120 acres of state forest land out of 1.9 million acres. And so do you have a breakdown of federal versus private?
So I think the number that I've heard is it's something like 300 and wait, there's a number out there I don't have it off the top of my head. We can find it between ODF protected and federal. I think it's 600,000 acres of ODF protected, but don't quote me on that. But it's somewhere, I think, in that range.
Yeah, this is Lisa. I'm sorry, can't find my little hand. Yeah, that would be nice just to know. Also, just to give us some scale, $320 million is just, it's kind of always hard to wrap your head around. And I hear you say that that's suppression plus fighting fire, and that's the state's cost. And what is the usual ODF annual budget in that respect? So what's the scale? It's hard for me to understand the scale of $320 million. So what does ODF usually have in its budget annually? What does it usually cost to manage all those lands anyway? I mean, I don't need you to fill that, but it is nice to just have a scaling when you throw out all these numbers. That's all. Like 1.9 million. It is good to hear how much is private, how much is public, how much is ODF, etc. Thank you.
So Lisa, this is Kate Skinner.
And one last thing. Who gets all this $320 million? I mean,
Right.
you know, who gets all that money?
So 320 million is the gross cost of this fire season, and who gets that money is vendors, firefighters, crews, our employees, helicopter managers, air tankers, all those kind of folks that showed up for suppression. The net cost at the end of the day to ODF will probably be around 150 million. And the reason we have gross and net cost is that everybody has shown up and done all this work, and we're trying to pay those costs now. But we have cost shares that'll be done with other landowners, such as the BLM, Forest Service. And those cost shares, and then we also have fires that will be FEMA funded. And so some of that money will come back to ODF. So there's still just a lot of reconciling the books about all that and getting all those cost shares figured out of whose land. And I think the other piece too is we can dig up those numbers and get them back to everybody. And we also, when we say ODF protected lands, that might be private lands, state forest lands, agreement lands, whatever it might be. So we'll get that hammered out for you. I know it's in an email somewhere.
Yeah, and I don't want to make you more work. When we hear these numbers, it's good just to have some scaling. That's all.
Yeah. And then that number far outstrips the dollars we have in our budget. So there's a couple things that have happened. One is we went to the September e-board and we received money for our spa, which is really paid for our aviation. So we got money that came to us there, and also about $40 million from e-board was given to the agency. So we also are in conversations with the Treasury Department as well as the December e-board to help us get all those finances figured out. And for us, really, the priority is trying to get these vendors paid. They showed up for us. Other states, I want to say 5 to 7 states showed up for us. We need to get those folks paid. And we also are doing reciprocal work. We have folks in North Carolina right now helping them with the hurricane recovery. So big effort and a lot of back and forth of dollars and billings and a lot of time to reconcile it.
Great, thank you.
Kate, I did find that email with the number. It was 320,000 acres of ODF protected land out of the 1.9 million.
Copy. I'm struck by a couple of things. I guess on the outset, the recreation program that ends up, their busiest season happens to be fire season, and the last decade and a half or so, things have gotten a lot better. It's probably one of the areas that has managed to adapt and not be completely shuttered during, these horrific seasons. So I just wanted to get that positive impression out there. But to the extent that SFAC can talk about this, I'd like to come up with something better than the kind of cliche, this new normal, something better than that. And I actually think that there's some headwind for the department in its cultural history of pride in what the people at that back table put into this. I don't know if that makes sense or not, but I sense in the institution a sense of identity around pride in responding in this heroic way. And it should actually be unacceptable. And it should be unacceptable to try and run a business with the amount of accountability that you have these days, the amount of pressure and threats and abuse you get to consider this, just part of normal. My job is just to normally disappear from my family for 60 days and ignore my work, and that's okay. You're just getting beat up. And it's hard not to be proud of this kind of effort. You want to be proud of that. But I hate to normalize that anymore because I've watched this a long time. And this is the future. It's like if I build a cabin on the beach, I can't muster an emergency response every time a high tide comes in. That makes no sense. I mean, fire season is that high tide. It's coming every year, and you put down everything. Your desk just sits there piling up work to which you're accountable, and then you just go back and try and play catch up again, and go talk to the media about why you're not getting your jobs done. So I hope there's a new way to communicate that to the legislature and the governor's office. And if other SBAC members want to take this time to express what you're thinking, I mean, I hope I've done probably more than I should there.
I'm not really speaking with my chair hat on right now. I'm just speaking as an SBAC member, but I agree with you. What we're hearing is a tremendous effort by staff and leadership that should very, very much be applauded, not just by SBAC, but by the citizens of this state. And what we're asking of them is unsustainable. And as an SBAC member and someone interested in operations, and as a manager of another organization, these are the things that keep me up at night, is the well-being of the employees and your ability to spend time with your families and not having the pressure of knowing what your workload is going to be when you come home from a fire. And so as an SBAC member, I'm just saying, I know it is unsustainable. I don't know what the answer is to fix it. It's not going to be an easy answer. I've been here for a very long time, and so I've seen the processes that the department has done in order to streamline staff, in order to make it feel like the staffing and the work is being done as efficiently as possible. But that's impossible if staff are having to leave for 2 months. And that's not on anybody. That's nobody's responsibility. That is just a situation we are all finding ourselves in. And so, and I'm sure there are many conversations going on around this in leadership. I don't know that for sure, but I'm pretty much assuming and feeling pretty assured that this conversation is not just happening here, but as an SFAC member for a long time who's worked with ODF staff for a really long time, I just want to say I see it. And obviously others here see it. And we recognize that what you're doing is an incredible effort and one that cannot continue year after year after year. It's just simply not possible. And now I'll put my chair hat back on, and others are more than welcome to speak up.
One thing I just wanted to make sure everybody here understands, I mean, those are all valid points. They're all true. And, recently we've been taking an assessment. It varies by district, but it was recently pointed out that, from district forester perspective, that on state forest work, we're about a quarter behind because of this. Now we'll get the work done, right? But that comes with additional expense, additional stress. So that's, budgetary and on people. The other thing I'll point out is the vendors many of the contractors that work on our fires are the same ones that plant our trees, same ones that build our roads, same fallers, same operators, right? And one of the challenges when the fire funding piece is not appropriately seeded for the upfront cash, because the upfront cash to fight large fires is a joke. I'll be honest with what it costs these days. It's an absolute joke. And we have to go to the e-board, right, and try and fill in the gaps. And that's a challenge because they've only got so much money they can release. But there's a timing aspect here with vendors and trying to get them paid. So when we talk about those gross and net costs, it's really important to get those folks paid. They're small businesses. A lot of them run on very thin margins. Most of them run on very thin margins. They're taking out payday loans or not payday loans to cover their payroll for their own employees, and they get overextended. That factors into a certain risk calculation for any business. And I tell you what, it doesn't bring costs down, and not only on fire, but for our operations as well. You know, they're trying to recoup their losses, cover their margins as a business on the whole. And so where the nexus is with state forests is it does make our work cost more in the long run as well, when there's not enough money to pay fire easily up front.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll double down on that and say all that is true that Mike just said. I do want to point out, it's not my understanding, at least, and I can be corrected here, that staff are required or mandated to go out on fire. So, you know, it is the employee's choice to what I understand. So, that, you know, many employees like to go out on fire and enjoy that experience. And so I do think we need to be careful in prescribing what employees' perspectives are, right, when we are not them. So I just want to be careful there, right? Not to say that we haven't had conversations and there aren't people that feel that way. I don't want to downplay or belittle some of those feelings, but I'd rather hear directly from staff about that. So I just want to be careful there, right, about that. And then just point out that, you know, we are helping other landowners across the state. You know, a lot of that work is happening on federal lands, of which is not our purview here. So, you know, I just, again, want to be careful that if we're saying that staff, there are these issues, right? And staff not being able to, you know, get their normal jobs done when they're going out on fire. Absolutely. And that's important for us to recognize when we're advising on state lands issues and state lands work. But I don't think that I just want to be careful that the solution isn't that we don't engage in the fire season and that we're not helping across lands. You know, we just got presented that there was, of the many, many acres burned, there was a very small proportion of those as state. So I'm just curious, I guess, what the solution would be, right? Is it that the state stays out of all federal lands operations? We, you know, pull back all of our teams. I'm not really sure how I'm not really sure what the solution is there, or I just I'm a little bit confused as to what the potential solution would be. Kind of bringing up the problem, but what are some options?
I'm going to clarify my statements. My statements were simply my own, and I don't know what the solution is because the problem is so incredibly complex. I'm not involved in ODF operations on a day-to-day basis. My recommendation would be to look at this, and then the other piece that I will say is I understand that staff make the decision whether or not to go on fires. All your choice, I get that. But it doesn't negate the issue that when they come back, and the folks who have held down the fort over the summer are a quarter behind in their work. And so there's kind of there's so many different things going on. And like I say, I don't have a solution. I just wanted to give, I think, my gratitude to staff for the very difficult summer that it's been. Yeah. Go ahead, Mike.
We haven't been doing this, but Mike with OHA for folks online there. And I think we could talk about fire and fire suppression and the complete and coordinated system for about 6 weeks here and not cover everything and the implications of whether or not to engage on fire on federal lands, to keep it off private lands or state forest lands, and just that whole big arena. Specific to the state forest program, I think when we start asking for ideas and you're communicating with the people who hold the purse strings and you know, they're getting ready to go into another wonderful session here starting in January that going to be really interesting. And I've said this for decades that wouldn't it be neat if the legislature started in July instead of January, February, and how would that change their priorities? But I think we just need to be careful in thinking about the effects to state forest lands, because I think some folks could look at it and go, well, you've got the cost savings because you sent all these people away on fires and they're on different charge codes, so just hire a contractor to come in and do that work. And that takes a lot of work and a lot of time and a lot of planning. What I've seen in the past is people try and push these simple, easy buttons that look like it on the surface and they're really not. And so I kind of need to kind of guard against some of that there too. How this agency has fought fire and staff fires, I think it is worth a discussion, and I got to believe they're having that discussion because that discussion went on for years before about, you know, we're still trying to fight fire the same way you did 20, 30 years ago, and you heard Don talk about that different change. So what is the new model? And the key part to all that always comes down to who's going to pay for that and how you're going to pay for it. And from the outside looking from the state forest effects and components to that and looking into that fire program, it'd be really easy to say, well, just hire permanent full-time positions for IMTs or something like that. But that, once again, is just pushing an easy button and it's a lot more complex and challenging and expensive than that. So I'll leave it with that.
From Derek Bangs, operations specialist. So to address a couple of the things there. So from a personal perspective, you know, I was one of those folks that was out a lot this summer. I take a lot of pride in it. The 5th or 4th deployment, you start getting pretty tired. And like I said, you know, when there's a big workload coming back, what that means for state forests is, like we said, we're a quarter behind and we're trying to fix it. And so, you know, the funding piece is real. And it really ties back to staffing levels and then how much time and effort we spend on sending staff out. And so I don't disagree with the statement of the answer isn't to not send staff, but it is to be aware that as we tighten our staff around our workloads, so we can't ignore this other workload that waxes and wanes depending on the year. You know, some years we might have a light fire season and then we're able to focus all on our state forest work. And the next season we might have a really heavy fire season. And now we have to figure out how to fix it. And that's one of my jobs, going through it. And as we go through the fiscal 24 accomplishments, you know, we'll talk about, you know, there's a sale that's selling next month that I would have liked to have sold already. And as we go into the next fiscal year, you know, we talked about it, we're about a quarter behind. And so it's like, how do we catch up? And, you know, to Mike's point, there isn't an easy button where you go, here, I'll just have, you know, somebody else do the work for me, because that requires work as well. And so we have to be creative in how we do it. We're not asking this group to solve the problem for us, but we are asking for help telling our story as we go through this, as far as like, why don't I see a timber sale this month? Like, why don't we have some of these other things accomplished? And this is part of the story, and that's why we tell this story before we go into the accomplishments, and then we start going through the rest of the fiscal years, just because it does provide some context. The reality is this group and the department as a whole doesn't have the answer for a lot of this stuff. And I don't know if there is an answer, but it is something that we're aware of and that we're going to have to continually work on and continually get better, more efficient, and find creative solutions because it's not a problem that's going to go away. And so that's something that we just have to be aware of before we, as we look at our workloads. But I think I can speak for pretty much every firefighter that went out this summer and say that all of them are extremely proud of what they do. And it is an impact though to their families as they leave and they're not present for birthdays or anniversaries or just, you know, watching their kids in the summer. That's hard. It's hard to be away from that amount of time. And you know, especially when you get to like that fifth deployment. And so anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Susan, I see your hand is raised.
Yes, I just wanted to say thank you very much. You know, I come from the federal side, and I was head of timber at the Middle Fork, and I was on a fire team. And I know what you're talking about. I'm not going to say the nice part or the good part about the federal government is that they would relieve us of our cut. And I know the state is not that way, and they expect the same thing. I think also part of our job is not only to, when somebody says something to you, to try to explain it a little bit, but it's also to the hunters. I've had several hunters call me because they knew I worked for the Forest Service to see if I had some kind of relationship with somebody on the east side that I could call to find out if they were going to be able to go hunting. And I tried to explain to them that, well, I could do that, but you know, the reason why the forest is closed is for safety. And really, I've had to do that around our area because we had a lot of fire around. I live in Oak Ridge. We had a lot of fires here, and I just don't think people understand. And so I think part of our job too is to try to explain to people these are dangerous places, and that, yeah, sure, you can say that you'll take responsibility, but that's not really what happens. And that all that work that's being done it's not just during the fire, it's aftermath of the fire. And that can go on for a very, very long time. And I know how hard it is to be away from your family and for all the holidays and school stuff that you end up missing. And I just want to thank you. It's a hard job. I was always told that on my job description, it said other duties as assigned. So I never once questioned the fact of being involved in fire. So I'm not sure how your job description is. And I finally looked at it probably just before I retired to find out that it never really said that. But I always truly believe that. And I always truly believe that, you know, when we needed help, we asked other departments, and when they needed help, we did that. But you have such a small staff. It's very, very difficult for those kind of things to happen. So I just want to remind everybody that we are the voices too, and that whatever we can do to share and to help out, that's a good thing.
Thank you, Susan.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Margaret Magruder, Columbia County Commissioner. This is really a very interesting conversation because it has lots of parts to it. As the grandmother of a wildland firefighter, I am a little bit familiar with it, although he does that during fire season. He does other things off of fire season, of course. But we have the fire funding work group that has a whole list of people representing all of us in many ways. I see, you know, lots of agricultural and recreational and government folks involved in that. And hopefully they are working to try and find answers to this particular question, and maybe we need to involve ourselves with them a little bit more. I see the question being, where does the money come from to fight fires? But then on the other side, how do we prevent these fires through management, not just forest management, but people management? Because I think some of these fires are started by people, not necessarily by nature. So, I mean, there are so many questions that I don't know that we can certainly answer them. I do appreciate all of the people who go out and fight those fires, but I also appreciate all of the people who are working to manage forests so that we don't have quite so many fires. So lots of moving parts on this one, but we all need to advocate.
Thank you. Let's see. Susan, did you raise your hand again? Okay, just wanted to make sure. All right, oh, yep, go ahead, Brett.
I think I remembered one thing I heard somebody mentioned in the board meeting that this was actually a lucky year because of the amount of help we could get from California and elsewhere that just didn't happen to burn at the exact same time. So, yeah, there's that. I'm just trying to encourage, because I don't know about this business, but I do know a little bit about how Salem works, and I just worry that it'll be instead of a reimagining, it'll be a negotiation, scrapping for, can I get a couple more nickels? And I'll say, well, how about a couple more pennies? Okay, good, we're good. And I'm just hoping it's more of a reimagining discussion. As far as my input as an SVAC member, and to Amanda, I know a lot of people, a lot of their identity is that pride in their work. The pay isn't too bad either. If you're built your finances around that, but it's a little like having a discussion with about what's the best education system, and when you start talking about, well, maybe it's year-round school. If you ask many teachers about that, they'll have a certain view that reimagining how schools work. It's hard to ask somebody who's you're right in it. So.
All right, anything else on this conversation? If not, we're going to move into accomplishments with Derek.
Right. I believe Emily is going to put that up on the screen for me, hopefully. And then I went ahead and handed out a printout to everybody so that if you didn't want to look up on the screen. So before I get started on the 24 accomplishments, there's a couple things I just wanted to cover. We continue to make some improvements to this accomplishment report, some changes this year compared to last year. And so historically, SVAC was primarily looking at the Northwest Oregon area. And so we didn't show Western Lane. This year, Western Lane is shown on here. And then going into next year, we're looking at how to add Klamath to this as well. It's a little tricky just because Klamath's under a completely different plan. And so the metrics don't exactly line up, but I am working on how to do that, especially with as we go forward with like the CFTLC report that comes out at the same time. We're trying to align those up so that it's very much this is the pre and then this is the post, and everything has an easy line to draw across the board so that there's no confusion on how we got here. And so just a reminder to folks, so what this is for. So we've completed primarily the selling the sales for the fiscal 24. And so we'll start with this fiscal 24, and then we'll go look at the 25 that we just finished the AOPs on, and then looking forward to those 26s. And so I'll just kind of start at the top and then I'll work my way through these. I did change up the volume summary. It was a little confusing how it was before. And so what I have it set up now is where you can see how much volume was sold and then how much volume is left to sell. And as I've done in the past, I have bullets to kind of explain some of the rationale for why some of that is different. And so as we get started with the harvest side of things, we have sold all but one sale. There was one sale in the West Oregon district that we actually did put up for sale prior, but it was a no bid. And so that sale was reworked and then is now going to be auctioned next month in November. And that was the Thin Bear sale. And then Forest Grove had an additional sale that was sold to capitalize on high market prices and to provide additional volume during the fiscal year as directed by the state forester. And North Cascade, post timber cruising, 2 of the 3 sales that North Cascade had planned exceeded the IP volume targets. And the 3rd sale needed more time to grow before thinning, so that sale was dropped. There was a couple other sales that were dropped around the different districts, and I actually get to that when we get to the volumes. But I can address those at that time unless there's any questions on the harvest piece up front. Where I was going to address each of those was in the table 3, which was the plan versus prepared acreage. I'll pause, see if there's any questions on the harvest side of things. Okay. Moving over to net values. So a couple of items here. So one thing that you'll kind of see is the net value across the board is about at least in that 20 to 25% higher than what we had put into the AOPs. Kind of an anomaly here is for those of you that may not be aware, we do bid sales. And so they're closed bid sales, and we might have multiple purchasers that bid. In the majority of instances in those bids, this 20% increase is 1 mill. And so that is 1 mill that needed the wood over another one. And there was usually 1 or 2 bidders that were on that lower end. And so even though the 20%, you may look at it and say, well, it looks like you're undervaluing the timber. That's the difference in having a competitive market. There was bidders that were putting in prices at that lower amount. And so not something that I would suggest making changes to the AOP for next year, because that's a realistic assessment of what we had. Was there was mills absolutely saying that that's the price that they wanted that timber at. And there was 1 or 2 mills that were just wanted it more for any number of reasons. It might be their own inventory, their own market niches. And so just to pull out some anomalies outside of that 20 to 25%, the Forest Grove, their increase in revenue is due primarily to a combination of the strong timber markets, increased volume than was anticipated over their AOP preparation, and strong pole markets. They tend to sell a little more poles for telephone poles and the like than other districts, and those come in at a much higher rate when they're able to sell one of those. North Cascade received a much higher bid than anticipated. This is believed to be a temporary increase in prices brought on by local mills needing to offset lower availability of timber due to fires and past salvages in the region. You may remember that they got nailed in that 2020, that area pretty hard. And so some of their purchasers, again, like that was a single purchaser in those instances that came in and needed that wood. And so they bid it at much higher. And Western Lane, the Southwest sale had a large pool of bidders. It was just a single sale. And similar to the story of other districts, several of the bidders were close to that original AOP value, with 1 bidder coming up at a higher price, and they were able to take that sale. And that's again, the difference between that competitive market. So before I go into the plan versus prepared, is there any questions on the net value summaries? All right. Moving to table 3. So plan versus prepared acres. So I'll start off, this is where I was saying that I was going to address some of the sales that got moved. So the Astoria district, 2 sales, ODR and Tin Man Alder, were moved to fiscal 25 due to the IP volumes being met. In addition, ODR actually combined with one of the other 25 timber sales to make 1 sale. It just made sense for the marketing purposes that all those sales would be sold together. And that was actually part of the public comment from during the fiscal 25 sale plan. North Cascade, one sale, Baby Rattle Thin, was moved to 25, both due to IP volume targets being met and that the fact that after review, the stand just needed more time to grow before thinning it. And Tillamook had two sales, Rocky 3 and Little Rock, that were dropped due to T&E detections. One sale, East Scotch, was moved from the primary list to a planned sale to combine with other planned sales to capitalize on minimal move-ins. Alternates were brought up to offset these sales, and then the Ed Sheridan sale was dropped due to volumes being met. Questions on the planned versus prepared sale acres?
This is Barrett. I'm sorry. Thank you. What did you see for T&E detections in those sales? Do you know?
I believe those were murrelets that were detected on that one, and that's what caused us to need to drop those sales.
Great, thanks.
And that was actually reported last year. The murrelet detections were reported last year when we did this side of it on the T&E detections, and you'll notice that this year when I get to the T&E detections, because of how we do the planning, we're kind of constantly playing catch up. We're doing the T&E detections for sales 1 to 2 years out. And so then when we get positive detections, we then need to rejuggle our lineup post. And so when we get to the T&E detections part, you will not see those two detections because those were on last year's report when I gave that. Any other questions before I go into the T&E survey results? Okay. So moving to the T&E survey results. After finishing this season, there was one one murrelet detection on the Tillamook district, and that will affect our next year's lineup when I have this discussion next year. And so and there was, like I said, there was just the one out of all the districts. We line out how many stations we called here, how many, and what the cost of those are. But for the big ticket is that our T&E detections continue to be in that $2 to $2.5 million to do our survey program. And then this last year, we got one detection out of that. And just a couple of items to note on this one. So for Veneta, the Western Lane District, they are primarily under a safe harbor for spotted owls. There's a couple places we survey still, but the majority of it is under a safe harbor agreement. And so that's why they don't have the survey numbers. North Cascade and Western Lane, Southwest districts are outside of the range for murrelets. And so again, that's why we don't have survey costs for those species in those areas because they're not present there. Right, not seeing any questions. Let's scroll down to project work. Okay, so I'll start off with the Astoria district. So the difference between planned and submitted sales is the exact difference of those two sales that got moved to fiscal 25. If we had put the two sales in, the Astoria district would have landed within 2% of their project costs. And so that's pretty much right on. Tillamook, the difference between planned and submitted sale construction and maintenance was primarily due to the swapping of those sales that I mentioned earlier for the T&E. As some sales were dropped, the miles of construction and improvement shifted to the sales that were replaced. Ironically enough, even with all of that movement, the project cost stayed almost exactly the same. It was just that the work was done in different areas. And so a more costly road construction may have been done instead of what was planned before. And so even though the mileage was different, we were able to do it for essentially the same price that we had said in the AOP. For Forest Grove, the road improvement miles are different due to the large number of miles needing only a really light maintenance than was originally accounted for in the AOP, which was primarily grade and shaping. As you can see on the plan versus actual, the price difference didn't change much. A lot of this was actually because they had a couple sales that used the same road. And so the mileage got counted 3 times, but they did work they kind of split that work up amongst different sales. And so they may have done, for instance, ditch and culvert work with one sale and then rocking with another sale. And so the mileage ended up looking like it was 3 times the miles, but it was the same mile, just split amongst different sales, just due to how that work needed to be accomplished. And finally, for the Western Lane District, just upon field review, it was determined that only around half of the miles of road needed the maintenance and improvement to facilitate the logging operations. And so when they went out and did the initial assessment, they made an estimate. And then when they were doing the assessment for the timber sales, they determined that given the time of year that they were going to sell it, they were able to do that with less of that improvement and maintenance need. Right. Any questions on projects? Yes, Amanda.
Maybe you can kind of just provide a little bit more detail when you have costs that are above what you're anticipated to have. What is the typical reason for that? Does it have to do with the estimated costs are out of sync with what the true cost is in the marketplace when you actually sell it? Or are you not including something in the initial package, then that has to be included in the timber sale? Or kind of what is the general reason, would you say?
Usually the rationale is for the AOP, we're using average numbers. And so we have some average number of miles, and then it'll be, our average cost for road improvement may be X number of dollars per mile. And then when we get in to look at the individual project, maybe we find something that's a little more in depth. We find a spring that we need to build a French drain for that we didn't originally anticipate, or there's a harder section of road that we need to drill and shoot that we didn't anticipate when we were first doing the initial assessments. And so it's usually directly related to a project that was beyond the normal. And that's why, and that's one of the reasons as we go through this that we try to be as accountable as we can to the differences to see, like, why is there a difference? Oftentimes it's also the difference between how thick of a, like if we're doing maintenance and putting maintenance rock down prior to a timber operation, whether that's a 3-inch lift versus a 6-inch lift can vastly change the price. And that's usually determined when they get out there and they start kind of scraping down and seeing how much surface rock is left. So sometimes there's quite a bit, and sometimes we're really close to that base rock level, or we need to put a thicker level of rock to support the timber operations. It may also be just as we're assessing roads, if we think we're going to be able to do something during a different time of year that's going to cause less or more impact just because of any number of factors, then that can change costs as well. We try to estimate that during the AOP process, but where a lot of that in-depth field work occurs is during the sale layout when we're spending days on a sale instead of hours at the AOP stage.
Okay, that's helpful. I'm sorry, that was Amanda Sullivan asked her with Associated Urban Loggers.
Any other questions on the project side? Okay. 2 restoration projects. So I changed this table up a little bit from what we've shown in previous years, primarily in the change to the top table was to add recreation. You'll see that's all zeros across there. However, we're going to be submitting a lot more of these to OWEB than what we've done in the past. And by that, I mean, we haven't submitted any to OWEB in the past, and we're going to start. And so I wanted to start putting that in now. And that's actually a story across all the districts in that we've been really inconsistent. So this is pulled directly from OWEB. And we've been inconsistent with what we have submitted and what we haven't. And we're trying to get more consistent with that. And the reason I want to really point that out is the numbers in the bottom table is we've done much more than that. And so like that $50 million that's posted there, that is what I can guarantee we've done. It's what is submitted to OWEB, and we have done significantly more than that. And that's kind of a point of pride for me. And so, we're working on doing some of this stuff moving forward with the recreation unit, where we're going to start reporting those as well. And I wanted to put it in here just so that we start seeing those numbers come in and then see how that goes up over time as they get projects accomplished. Because I think we should take credit for those as we go through them, because it's pretty critical to the environments where we're at. And so, I have broken these up into different types of projects. As you can see, there was 4 wood placement projects. So those are stream enhancement projects where we're putting wood in the streams. 14 road related projects, and those can range from fish pipe replacements to surface and rock. 18 annual restoration projects, and again, those can range from a lot of those tend to be work on the road system itself. And then the number of barriers to fish corrected, which is 4, and those are directly related to fish pipes that were either vacated entirely or replaced with a new bridge or a fish pipe culvert. And so some of those actually are not connected to roads at all. There were ones that were noted, they may have occurred in the 30s during when they logged the areas, and then old grades that we've identified when we're laying out timber sales. And where we find those, we try to pull them just to restore that area above for fish. Go ahead, Amanda.
Is that okay, Denise? Sorry. Amanda, Associate Oregon Loggers. I think you were kind of finishing up there, but I just want to make sure. So Derek, I guess a few questions. For recreation, why would that be identified as a district rather than a column in the table?
So mainly, the reason that I pulled that out in the past was just so that we could tease out which ones those are. So usually the districts have been submitting the projects to OWEB internally, and then any of the projects the recreation did, because they're not under that same internal process. The roads unit is usually who submits these. And so since recreation isn't dovetailed into the districts there, that's why they weren't getting them submitted in the past. And so for now, I was going to tease it out here so that as recreation determines who's the person that does those projects. But in the end, you're not incorrect in that that project is going to be done in Forest Grove or in Astoria or in Tillamook. And if we counted it under those district totals, so be it. Mainly, I want to make sure that we are counting it somewhere. And so I put this in as a blank for this year, not knowing how we're going to get it done exactly next year, whether it's going to be done under the recreation kind of district, or if we're going to dovetail it into the individual district where that's at. Mainly, I just wanted to call out that we are going to start reporting those over this next year so that we're getting credit for the work that we are doing.
And then kind of looking at how the table would be formed. So if this is how you are to report them to us and in this summary, so these types of projects, the wood placement, miles of restoration, et cetera, those would be couched as recreation Like, I guess I'm just kind of trying to understand why they would be couched as a recreation project, because they're not associated with a timber sale, or what?
Yeah.
Just trying to kind of understand how the two are connected.
Yeah, and most of it's just around, like, for instance, if a trail is that we're putting in a trail, and then that trail is fixing a blockage at the same time. And so if we're addressing, because of, like I said, a lot of these areas that we're addressing are on old punch-ins from the 20s or 30s. And so if we're going to build a trail in a location and that also fixes the punch-in, like I said, we could record that under Astoria, or we could record that under recreation. But the main purpose that I want to address is that we do record it. And I think a lot of that work is being conducted. We just haven't reported it. And so we've underreported how much we've done. And I want to make sure that we're getting credit for the work that we are doing.
Okay, so just so I'm understanding correctly, I would imagine there would be under that kind of recreation district, a lot of the, miles of access restored or the number of fish barriers corrected, things like that are going to be would be pretty common. At least I would think, I'd imagine. And so that number, if you look at that number of barriers to fish corrected, if that was say 5, that would be 5 fish passage, culverts corrected or barriers corrected across all districts related to trails or some recreation project. That would be the way to interpret that.
Yes.
Is that what I'm understanding?
Yep.
Okay.
And like I said, right now it's a 0.
Yeah.
And so as we start reporting these, we may find that it just dovetails better to put it under the district because there's no reason to pull it apart like that. But we're not sure yet. And so because we haven't started doing it.
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Well, we'll see kind of how that plays out. But yeah.
Yeah, I'll just note, I will talk about those projects in the recreation section. I took a note to mention what would be OWEB moving forward. So thanks for that.
And part of that also just dovetails into what we have to report for the habitat conservation plan. And so, one of the reasons that not just so that we're taking credit for these things for just, talking about the good work that we're doing, but it's also a requirement for us to do so. And so we do have to separate out for the habitat conservation plan some of the projects that are done specifically with trails versus roads. And so I'm trying to streamline as much as our reporting as possible, so I'm not reporting the same thing 3 different ways. And so that's been something that I've been working on over the last year to try to get things into a more of a let's report on each thing once instead of asking the question 4 different ways and then producing 4 different reports.
Amanda, Associate Ornithologerist again. One more comment, pretty unrelated to what we were just talking about, but I was looking at this last bullet here around, related to the relief culverts and how that's important for removing water from roads. So on the private side, under the PFA with Forest Resources, that's kind of been termed, hydrologic connectivity or disconnectivity, I guess. And so as far as communicating with the public, how the state is doing on things like that, it might be good for consistent language for that narrative crafting. So just as a kind of a highlight there, because you guys are doing a lot of that work, and since you're not associated in the same way with the PFA and the new rules like private lands are, and how that reporting for HCPs and the adaptive management program, et cetera, I think that there's an opportunity there for this division to dovetail in with some of the wording and reporting on the private lands piece too for that.
Yeah, and one of the other requirements that we have both under our own internal policies as well as the habitat conservation plan is that we do hydrocon as well. And so I don't know for sure if it completely matches the definitions that are in the PFA, but it's pretty darn close. And so in addition to this disconnect is we have our own hydrocon, which details how many miles we've surveyed, how many miles we've surveyed that are connected, disconnected, and then connected and mitigated. And so and that's a requirement as well that we're doing, and we've been consistently performing that hydrocon on all of the sales in our AOPs or the vast majority of them, prior to selling the sale. And so, we're trying to get to 100% completion of our hydrocon within the next year or 2. And then we'll have all of our roads with that. And then we're also looking as part of the habitat conservation plan, in addition to the roads, is doing a similar look at our trail networks and doing that same workload on the trails, which we're just starting to do as compared to the roads, which we're starting to finish up.
Okay, great. And I don't see Joy in here anymore, and maybe Kate, but there's a real benefit that Kate or that the Deputy State Forester is overseeing both of those divisions, Forest Resources and State Forest, because I think that there is some connection points there. And again, I was going to point to Joyce, and she does comms as a touch point there and kind of a flag. Because I do think that there's a real opportunity there to tack on to some of the efforts and the energy sort of around some of the benefits of the private side. And the public's already so confused about all the different HCPs, and they think all the HCPs are the same. And so, maybe we can use that to our advantage to help tell the story and how state lands are. There's a lot of good work happening on state lands too. So just kind of a marker to put down.
Yeah, and I don't disagree. The only thing that I guess I need to make sure that I gauge for myself is that sometimes the definitions are slightly different. And so I don't want to use a definition that somebody takes and says, well, this is how it's defined in the PFA, for instance. And then maybe in our habitat conservation plan, hydrocon is defined slightly differently. And so I just need to make sure before I make a sweeping claim like that I check them both to make sure that they're exactly the same before I make that kind of declarative statement. All right, any more questions on restoration projects?
Yeah, this is Barrett Brown. Just can you talk a little bit about the SLI notes on the bottom of the page there, and just what your hopes are for the LiDAR program and the raster-based?
Absolutely. So that moves on from the restoration projects to the stand level inventory. And so for those of you that may be aware, we've had this kind of bullet in here for the last several years on our stand level inventory, where we've shifted more from to a LiDAR based inventory, where we're essentially getting an inventory of kind of every tree as compared to what we've had in the past. We've just recently started rolling out the initial draft of the raster-based estimates for district review. They're not ready for our general use yet for like putting into our models and everything else, but we have started using those at the district level to determine volumes on individual stands, and we're kind of field testing that right now to see, how does that compare to our cutout? How does that compare to our cruising? Just to see, what the confidence level is of that. And over the other piece of that is we don't have 100% coverage of all of our forest. We have a large majority of the forest that's covered under that, but we're still kind of in a hybrid where we use this. And so over time, I think our hope is that this is a significantly more accurate inventory, and if we can get to kind of a 10-year-ish cycle where we're able to fly this data every 10 years, then that's one way that we can keep our inventory really accurate and really up to date over time, instead of a pretty labor intensive cruising process. And so we're trying to use some of the data that's already being collected for any number of other tasks to supplement this and to provide data alignment on it to make it better. And it's pretty exciting, honestly, because going from traditional forestry where you take maybe 30 plots on a stand to having potentially every tree measured through LiDAR is pretty neat. And so it's a pretty big shift, and I'm pretty hopeful that it's going to really help forward.
Just to clarify, first of all, I apologize for I thought I'm not clever enough to notice that was a new section. I thought it was just a note at the bottom of this page. So thanks, Derek. Specifically, are there scheduling or pace questions of this implementation? I think we've seen this coming for quite a while. So is there more you can say about how quick this work goes, or how slow, or because it is pretty key to the best possible implementation of our plans.
I think, so the first step is making sure that what we have is working. And so before we start planning on whether or not we want to continue, like what the pace and scale is, so it's taken a little bit just as we've shifted around programs, moving into the HCP, having, Mike talked a little bit about, how Todd's pulling double duty. He's also the person that was helping out a lot with this as we are trying to get some people on staff. And so that was a lot of what slowed us down on this. But then we go into how well does this work compared to the old method? Because it is a big shift from how we used to do our inventory. Speaking personally, I think the preliminary results are pretty darn good, comparatively. And so as we start going, looking at this in depth and seeing, are there areas that need more work or less work, where are the errors, then we start looking at what the pace and scale is. But I think long-term, what we would like to have is, what we've talked about in the past is somewhere around a 10-year cycle where we're redoing this so that our inventory is essentially refreshed every 10 years, sometime around that implementation plan period, so that as we're making decisions for the next decade, we're making it with the most up-to-date knowledge we can. Now, I don't want to be tied to any of that because it's difficult to say budgets and workloads where that would necessarily fall, but that's our tentative plan.
Sorry to stretch this out, and I just want to clarify, the nature of my question was not what's taking you so long, but the conversation in this room historically, it's frequently been, we've got this project, we could either decide to put our foot on the gas and get this done very quickly, or we could go a little slower, or we could do something else. And this committee kind of tends to help provide input on what things we think might be important to shift focus on or to prioritize at this moment in time or another. And so that was the nature of my question about whether there's a implementation pace question of trade-offs that we might be able to help inform about.
There is. It's a little bit difficult to characterize. And there's two pieces to this. One is our partnership with FIA now, and that's on a regular basis. Those plots will get refreshed as part of that system. So it was a good thing because, one, it's more cost effective from the field data collection standpoint, on the ground data collection standpoint. It yields us statistically defensible information. And also it puts us on a schedule, right? And they kind of take care of that. I mean, we coordinate with them, but I mean, it really helps to have that backstop there. The other piece is the LiDAR data collection. Like Derek says, that is more difficult. I will express my frustration here, actually, that the state of Oregon has not come up with a consistent LiDAR panel refresh for as long as LiDAR has been around. Now, I've had conversations about that, and of course it requires money, but that's a place where you're at a higher level where ODF is not the only one that needs this information. And so I know that, so in terms of how can SVAC help, I know a lot of folks on SVAC play in different spheres. And I think whenever you're connected to a conversation there and being able to push to either legislators, governor's office, other agencies, whatever, always kind of bringing it up that we need this regular refresh rate. It would make it more cost effective for all of us, because the way that LiDAR has, for those who are not aware, the way it's been handled is on a project by project basis. Hey, you want to get this area flown? And it took us a long time just to get the whole state flown. And that's kind of that pace. Now, on the other side, on the internal pace for ODF, this whole project started out with really reimagining our inventory. And there was quite a process around that. and then getting the pieces in place to collect the LiDAR and then also to get the partnership with FIA. And now, more recently, what we're kind of getting to wrapped up, at least with some of the pieces, are ensuring that the quality control piece on the inside, right, the actual modeling of the metrics and making sure that they work for our different districts. So we've been through 3 inventory foresters in that time, and we now have a new one. And so there's always, anytime you have an interruption there in who's doing it, it creates a little bit of a pace problem for us. But I'm glad to say we are getting very, we're essentially already using components of this, just not necessarily on all districts at this point, but we're getting there.
Okay, any other questions on that one, or can we move to Youngstand management? All right. So this table's got a bunch of stuff with a bunch of numbers. I'll kind of tease out a couple of the ones that are significantly different to what the planned activity was. So I'll start with interplanning. So the interplanning numbers came in at about double what was anticipated. For clarity, interplanting occurs when there's an issue with survivability of a stand after initial planting. This increase is likely due to a combination of heavy animal browse and drought conditions that necessitated the need to plant additional trees to ensure stand productivity. Also, when we have additional trees for whatever reason, if harvest got delayed and we have trees in our coolers, we try to make sure that they can get out and get planted instead of just wasting the trees. And so that was some of this as well, as there was some delayed harvests. And so because of that, we focused those seedlings into interplanting instead of not being able to plant the trees. The invasive plant control and surveys, this also came in at about half of what was anticipated. So invasive species are present in large numbers across the landscape, and the projects are often targeted to specific project areas where a particularly problematic species is present. Surveys are often performed informally as staff are driving through the landscape looking at projects, not like a formal invasive species survey, but it's usually more as they're driving to something else, they'll note where there's Scotch broom or knotweed or something along those. And then usually where we target those projects are just really specific to where there's something that's really going to bite us. And these estimates that are in here, just that. They're not based on the surveys. They're like, hey, annually we usually do this much, and so we think there's probably going to be about that much next year. It's very much an estimate, and then this particular year we just didn't run into as much that were these problematic species that we targeted. The release for chemical in hand, and so again, less acres were treated than we had estimated. Release is generally 1 to 3 years after that initial planting. And whenever possible, we look for opportunities where the stand is responding well enough that we don't need to do that release activity. And so if we're seeing really good productivity in the stand, we don't go in and target those releases because it's not necessary. And so again, this is the acres that we put in for the plan is usually an estimate based on the previous several years. And then we assess that on the in that 1 to 3 year window, and where we can drop those numbers down. That's really the goal. We try to do is the least amount that we have to. So is there any questions on the young stand management side?
Mike Tody, Oregon Hunters here, and a question on the interplanting there in terms of the surveys used to determine your interplanting, and really just trying to tease out causes for that. And so big game damage is an ongoing challenge, an issue for a lot of folks, but I think that I'm just asking the question about how are we determining what's the need for the interplanting? Was it poor planting techniques? Was it bad stock that got planted that died? That then we're just kind of saying, oh, it's drought or it's big game. And I'm wondering about the intensity of those surveys and how that work's done.
Yeah, and that was historically done pretty inconsistently across the districts. That's actually been something that in the last month we're really trying to tighten up and do consistently across across all the districts so that we're all taking the same recordings at the same intensity so that we can start teasing out those particular items. And even at that level, you know, a lot of times there was just inconsistency whether we were looking at the stand level, the plot level, and for the most part, we were probably being too intensive with how we were going about doing it. And so, but it was really difficult to tease out as we were looking at it post what those rationales were. And so, you know, that's something that we literally this week we had several meetings on, and so to try to streamline a little bit so that we are being consistent and then collecting the exact same information so that Forest Grove wasn't collecting something slightly differently than Astoria was, to the point that we couldn't do those comparisons across the districts. And that's to get to your point, Mike, is without having that consistency, it's really hard to tease out what the cause is at any given location. And so the first step for us was to make sure that we were being consistent so that we could start seeing those trends specifically.
Just two quick questions here. One, just want to say, you know, thank you. These additional notes are really nice to have in here. And these superscripts are interesting to me, the kind of end notes here. Wondering if at some point, I'll kind of turn to the chair, if at some point we could maybe even have kind of the representative that, you know, from ODF that works with the South Fork crews come and talk to us a little bit more about how you know, those ACI folks come and engage on state lands. So I didn't realize that they did all of these different things on state lands, honestly. And I think that that's really fascinating and just interesting from a workforce perspective. Obviously, AOL is very interested in kind of further developing that relationship and career pathways opportunities for you know, reentry into the workforce. But so that's just interesting. I think that that'd be kind of it would be fascinating to kind of hear from them of kind of broader on that topic. This second thing is, I'm just wondering if what the total or estimated cost savings were. Kind of, you know, we have the total cost actuals, I'm assuming, here in this table, but budgeted, you know, since the acres planned was significantly more, if there was any cost savings or not with kind of the difference there on the plan versus completed acres.
And so I don't have it like right in front of me, but you're not wrong in that the total cost here is the actuals, and so it wouldn't be difficult for me to go through and grab the planned costs as a comparison. I can definitely add that in here for next year so that that way it shows like a percent of plan versus total, similar to what I have for the timber sales. That makes sense in this table. And so I'll make sure I add that, and I can pull those numbers and get those out to the group after this meeting. And just an item of note, after we get through the recreation portion all the way at the end, like the last couple bullets of the report, is a very small kind of roll up of all of what we do utilize South Fork for. You know, it's only a couple of bullets, but there's a lot of stuff there. And so as you get to, you know, some of this, like what all do they do? There's like 5 or 6-ish bullets there at the end, which just kind of shows a little bit, you know, how many person days they put towards each of these different tasks. That again is not a in-depth review, and that might be something, like you said, that would be good to have someone speak to a little more, but it does show a little bit just how much we have them do across the division.
Yeah, and just really quick, I know Coffee Creek also engages on like the seed orchard. I don't know if the women's facility works at all with state lands or not. Just thinking about some, you know, diversity and inclusion opportunities there.
Yeah, and I think a lot. So like I said, in the past, it's been very much a focus on those Northwest Oregon districts for this group. And as we're starting to expand on it, I need to add all of them in. And so that's a good that's a good work to do item for myself, to make sure that I'm not just focusing on South Fork, because we do work with multiple other facilities, and we should be showing them all here.
Just pointing out, there's a comment from Zach, Derek. If you want to let him chime in.
Sure. Zach, did you have a comment?
Yeah, it's just a comment about the question about the survival and the inner plants. When you're looking at why a tree might die and why we might have to do an inner plant, there's so many different aspects that go into what could potentially kill a tree, that teasing out why something died is extremely hard. And to actually dive into that question would be very extensive and expensive to really figure out what's going on out there. So whether or not it's bad planting or just the environment is, you got to remember we're taking a tree that was pampered in a nursery, and then we're sticking out in the real world, and that's quite a shock for them. And then our summers have been a lot drier and harsher than in years past. So trying to figure that out is extremely hard. And that's all I got.
Is there any other follow-up on this one before we jump to the next?
I don't think I've ever seen the surveys for invasive plants before. That's something I'm aware of having been scheduled in the past. Is that just something I've been ignorant about? And if you could expand on that just a little bit, and then talk about the plan to actuals there and what happened.
Yeah, you haven't seen them because we don't do them. And so there really isn't one. There really isn't like a formal invasive plant survey. And so this happens to be a weird anomaly in this fiscal year that is definitely a thing. And so we do those informally generally, not this carte blanche process where it's similar to the survivability transects or something along those lines. And so as far as the rationale for why it showed up in the 24 originally is 2000, I think there was like a specific project area where they were thinking they were going to look at this basin really hard. And then that just happened to be how many acres were in that basin. But then when we sat down to go, well, how many surveys specifically did you do? It was like, well, really not very many because we just did drive-bys of that. And so it's like, well, we did 60 different visits to the area of the 2,000 acres. And so it just didn't match. And so it's definitely something that I'm looking to not have to report on in the future. And so that it doesn't say that. And then I don't have a great answer when I get into this room.
Just to follow up on that. So Colleen Kaiser, State Forest Planning Manager. I'm working with our staff silviculturist, John Walter. He's working with our Forest Resources Division to look at some of the data collection tools that they're using and just to kind of combine efforts there. So as we do these drive-bys, we can utilize that same data collection points for as we determine a better, more systematic way to do these, or at least collect that data so we have some stronger numbers that are more accurate or at least closer to what we would actually do.
All right, I'm actually going to pass this over to Joe, who is going to regale us with tales of recreation.
All right, Joe Offer, REI, interim REI program manager, and I will do my best to regale with tales. But with that, I also pulled out just some overall facts and wanted to compare this to previous years to keep this short and sweet. So looking at the table number 9 on here, I think a couple important things are looking at our volunteer numbers. And so this in FY24 as compared to 23, we actually had 2,600 additional hours from volunteers, and I think that's a big thing for our program. I wanted to point out a lot of that has to do with coming out of COVID and really beefing up our volunteer program. But additionally, this was actually our best year for camp hosts in all of our campgrounds, which was a big year for us and provides additional safety and sanitation in all of our operations, which is great. Beyond that, also looking at camper numbers. We actually saw an increase of over 300 individuals, and those are just individual campers. Generally, we report out on visitor nights, so how many nights those campers are there. We also saw an increase of only about 1,000 visitor nights up to just over 59,000 visitor nights. And so kind of interesting thing we're teasing out, maybe I guess bigger family groups potentially staying or shorter trips would be the reason for a big increase in overall numbers, but maybe not a big increase in visitor nights. Campground costs, or excuse me, revenue stayed about the same. Last year, we actually reported with campground firewood sales, and so it actually was increased on there about 50,000, and that's generally our costs, or excuse me, our revenue from campground firewood sales. So kind of interesting note on there as well. Again, as noted for South Fork, the REI program gets a huge benefit from the work of the South Fork crews. So just a thing to point out there about our operations are very much tied to South Fork. And with expenditures, one thing that's important to note here, the actual cost to the FDF budget actually went down 200,000 from FY23 to 24. A lot of that's from an increase in the ATV transfer fund money, but additionally also some drop from larger projects in the REI program. And moving on to trails, table number 10, an important thing to note here is we've also been changing how we report out on our trail maintenance. In the past, we reported that we've maintained every single mile of trail on the forest, and we've decided to kind of shift that around, and really what the maintenance now is being considered is somewhere where we actually had true impacts to tread management or potentially significant brushing, any kind of work like that. So I think that this actually ends up telling a bit more of a tale about what our teams are doing or what South Fork crews may be doing on the forest. And so definitely an interesting piece. And from there, one thing that kind of goes back to the note about the OWEB reporting in the past, the next page, we've had kind of a long narrative in the past. And this year we tried to pull it out to kind of hit some highlights. And I think it's important to note that a lot of the highlights that we've called out in the past are kind of things that might relate to OWEB reporting, like bridge repairs, significant trail improvement projects. And so I do want to just call a couple of those out on the next page. I think it's important to note what those might be. On the Clatsop State Forest, we call out 5.5 miles of work on the Nikolai OHV system. And some of that's repairing culverts. Some of that's repairing bridges, as noted on there, 3 trail bridges. So moving forward, some of those would be reported in the OWEB report for the recreation program. And moving again down to the Tillamook a little bit further, we also talk about replacing 8 temporary trail bridges, of which 2 of them are funded by external grants from Yamaha. And again, those would also be OWEB projects, and that's a pretty large undertaking for our OHV program. I mean, that's a lot of bridge work right there for a small team. So just something to think about there. And then the last couple items I want to report as far as this narrative form. On the Tillamook, we mentioned that we're continuing work on the Wilson River Trail Extension D, or Segment D extension. One thing that's really exciting about that, we are working with Trail Keepers of Oregon and State Forest Trust of Oregon as well on kind of a new initiative to work with a group to really take on that work. And it's a volunteer group, Trail Keepers of Oregon, so a pretty exciting thing for us. And then I guess kind of a final note I really want to call out. This was essentially the very end of FY24 is when we finally opened up all of our facilities on the Sandy Am. So pretty exciting time for us and a big lift there for our team. And also for the public to have Shelburne Falls open. That was something we were working very hard on for multiple years after the 2020 fires. And so a very exciting year for us in that sense. And with that, I guess the last thing I will note is that another big change for this year, as mentioned with the volunteers, is that the recreation program does lean heavily on volunteers. And so one thing we're working on is trying to improve our monitoring and tracking protocols. So I think that moving forward, that's something else we'll be reporting on a little bit more as well. So that for any questions there before I move on to the Tillamook Forest Center.
Just quickly in table 9 there, the number of campers, is that just in developed campgrounds?
Yeah, thanks, Mike. That is only in developed campgrounds. So that's not our designated dispersed sites, which we manage, or any other dispersed sites.
And are we attempting to even look at the amount of dispersed camping going on out there?
We are attempting, and we do a pretty good job of tracking our designated dispersed sites. Obviously, those ones we can only track if we do have staff in them every day to try and keep a tally on that. So we're doing our best. But the non-designated dispersed sites, we're actually embarking on in this fiscal year. So hopefully we'll be able to report on it next year. What we're calling a visitor use monitoring survey on the Highway 6 corridor of the Tillamook State Forest. And it's an attempt to try and figure out that information through surveys, through tracking, all things like that. But it's difficult. A lot of access points.
And sort of related, but not, just to refresh my memory, the campgrounds themselves, are they still closed seasonally?
Certain campgrounds. So we have what we consider developed seasonal campgrounds. We have year-round developed campgrounds, and then we have OHV campgrounds that also run that same development, whether it's seasonal or year-round. I'd say we're on about a 25% of our campgrounds are open year-round.
Okay.
Yeah, so since Joe mentioned the enhanced visitor use surveys that we're trying to do, one thing I'd like to point out is here's the nexus with other things that we do in state forests. We have a couple of communication sites. One is an inked deal, and the other is something that we're working on that'll provide better cellular data coverage. Well, provide cellular data coverage on the Wilson River corridor, which hopefully will be able to let us use things like Placer AI and other tools like that to really interact better with the public and understand how they're accessing the forest.
Let's see. So this is the place where I'll start more and more. Full disclosure, my son works in the recreation program on the motorized side. And and second, this is not a question I already know the answer to, and I'm asking you in public about. The South Fork Cruise used to be a big part of the motorized side of the program, which is the biggest side of the rec program. And the forest has kind of transitioned in my handful of decades out there. And it's becoming more and more of a salmonberry management. The salmonberry have reclaimed the forest in ways that I've heard it described before the burns. Has there been a policy decision or a decision someplace that the South Fork Cruise would not be working in the motorized side, but would be working in the non-motorized side to help with that kind of work?
Yes, I would say there has not been a policy decision on that. It's been kind of a focus on, safety has kind of been a shift. To have crews on motorized trails is a difficult piece as compared to non-motorized trails. But I will say, and that's absolutely true, Barrett, that we are seeing additional brushing. And we are actually seeing fewer South Fork crews as well. And so what we've been doing is actually trying to shift some of the seasonal workforce that we've essentially focused on non-motorized trails. We'll be moving to motorized trails this year, and we've actually changed a little bit the workflow in the program for that.
That's become really what volunteers do now. We go out there with tools and eat vegetables all day. So it's just thanks for that.
One other point that I guess I'd make on that is that a lot of our motorized program, we're able to move more equipment in on a lot of those trails where we have a pretty robust maintenance crew in that unit, where a lot of our non-motorized trails is where one of the reasons we utilize South Fork for that is so that there's not treads and not equipment tracks on those areas. And so what we're trying to tailor the maintenance to the use as well.
Go ahead, Joe.
I was gonna say, was this on rec? Sorry, at least Denise. I was gonna say because I guess the last piece I want to hit on the TFC piece. This last little page here. So I think this is a really important aspect as well. As I mentioned, we had some big increases on usage on the forest and campgrounds. We had a record-breaking year at the TFC in FY24. We actually had, well, as you can see, the numbers up there, but the increase in the previous year, which was very much COVID impacted, was actually a 43,000 individual increase on visitors to the TFC, which is pretty amazing. We saw increases of over 1,500 people. both to education and the interpretation programs as well, which is very significant, and a very large increase of volunteer hours and time. And that is because we did not have volunteers before due to COVID in FY23. And so just moving forward, expect even more there. And a couple notes as well, just that last little piece about things that were taking place. There were two large projects at the TFC this last year. Unearthing Forgotten Forest Narratives, which was in partnership with the Maxwell Heritage Interpretive Center. And then the Roots exhibit, which was done with multiple groups out of the Portland area to really focus on connections of all sorts to the forest. And so I guess, again, a couple just little things on that is that, again, as we're seeing changes from coming out of, COVID, we're seeing significant increases in usage and changing usage patterns as well, as far as numbers of people, family sizes, things like that, group sizes that are coming out to all the different facilities. So thanks, Denise. Sorry, I wanted to wrap that awesome up.
I'm glad to have the update. It's really great to see the Forestry Center being used. That's great. All right, any other questions, comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Just one, and I appreciate you continuing to monitor that increase in use. And I think it's also valuable to understand what type of use it is, particularly as we look at embarking on how the forest is going to change over the next several decades and what that looks like and how it'll be used and the types of groups using it, I think are going to change along with that too. So just, things are evolving out there. Our forests are being loved to death, whether they're any sort of public forest. The demand for it is going through the roof, and challenges with where do you put e-bikes as opposed to everything else, and every user group wanting their chunk of it out there. It's going to be a challenge.
Just one note on that, on the visitor use monitoring, we do have a hard time getting information just from campground slips or just anything like that in our program. And so that's why with this visitor use monitoring project this year, we are trying to identify what sort of recreation or what sort of activity is bringing folks to the forest, along with the numbers as well. So that would be hopefully something we can really learn from and use for management in the future.
Great. Thank you, everybody. That was a really great discussion. I know we've gone over and we should take a break. I'm going to ask that we do it a little bit quicker. So let's just take 10 minutes and then we'll get started again, and we'll go until we finish up like the next agenda item, and then we can figure out what the schedule looks like from there. So yeah, so back in 10 minutes. Thanks. Hello, everybody. We are going to get started. We'll keep our eyes open. Yeah.
Okay. You want me to just get started?
Okay, so Mike wanted to make a comment. Go ahead.
In trying to say this in as PC a fashion as I can, but it's difficult to inventory homeless camping on state forest. But I think the general sense and what I just learned is it's increasing, and I don't know how to inventory that or look at those impacts, but I think it's something that we want to somehow be tracking. Thanks.
Joe Hoffer, RI Program Manager. Mike, I will answer that just a little bit. It is something we're definitely seeing an increase on in many places. And one thing that we are doing, and maybe this can be spoken to by others, but we are trying to track costs associated potentially with cleanup of materials or things like that. As far as overall numbers, that's not something we are tracking at this point, but as far as costs, that is something that we are working with at a district level to try and identify what that's looking like.
All right. Okay. Good morning. Colleen Kaiser, State Forest Planning Manager. So we last talked, we were in the middle of our FY25 AOP planning process. The public comment period was just ending. So one of the things I want to do today is kind of do a look back and talk about just kind of how we close that out, what's happened since then, changes that we've made, how the appraisal process went, and kind of what some changes are that we're going to be working towards in the FY26 with process and documentation changes that we're looking at. Another thing that I want to talk about, we spoke about at that meeting as well, is some planned implementation plan revisions that we're going to do. So I'm going to get in a little bit more depth in that today and talk about some of the changes we're making and then the timelines for that to finish that work and go to public comment and finalize those. And then I'm going to do a pretty high level, just a brief overlook of the FY26 AOP initial look. We were also pretty impacted by the fires that we were deployed to this summer. Out of the 10 staff that I have, myself included, we had 4 that were out over 60 days. So that does impact our workload. So just kind of wanted to show that thread through here. But I think you'll see like the work does go on, the core business does go on. We just prioritize what are the most important things that have to get done. And then, some things are going to be delayed and we'll try to make up time or we'll cut things out like as we're working through them through that prioritization. So just wanted to make a note of that. All right, so when we last talked, we were finishing up the public comment period for the FY25, and after, I think at the end of the public comment period, we received well over 1,000 comments that span a variety of topics and perspectives. We've considered all of the comments. I think we've read every one of them and worked with the districts and our specialists to kind of evaluate them. We developed responses. We do a summary response that we do just to be equitable across all the different levels of comments that we receive. And we made some changes to the AOP, which I'll go through. And then we approved the annual operations plan roughly the first 2 weeks of July. And then we have also started some layout of those sales. As Derek talked about, Some of those, that layout is delayed just because we did have so many people deployed across the division, but we're working through those creative processes to get caught up on that layout. One of the things I wanted to do, because this will tie in later into our conversation about the FY26, is I just wanted to kind of send a reminder of some of the conversations or some of the themes that we saw this year, because it's really relevant. I've kind of listed them on the slide there, but I'm just going to give a little bit of detail before we move on. We were seeing a lot of support for recreation and specifically mountain bike projects. There was a lot of concerns brought up about climate change and carbon storage. There was support for increased clear cutting, thinning, and for additional harvest volume during this time of transition. We saw opposition to clear cut harvests, herbicide applications, and road construction. We received many hundreds and hundreds of recommendations to retain complex forest structure, mature and old growth forests, riparian areas, to help mitigate climate change, to benefit wildlife and scenic values. We heard a lot of concerns about logging and pesticide application near drinking water sources and adjacent to homeowners. We had recommendations to protect streams and prohibit logging and road building on landslide-prone slopes. We had specific recommendations to our logging and road plans of how they may do it differently or how they would suggest us to do it differently to be more cost-effective or to save money or to make for easy logging. And then we also had requests for changes to our AOP documents. And we also received a lot of requests for meetings and tours to address issues and concerns by both individuals, groups, and other partners that are out there. So that was kind of a new thing that we didn't get a lot of in the past. So over the course of the AOP, from kind of the beginning of the public comment period, which starts in April, to when we approve it, which usually ends at the end of June, there's a lot of updates that go into the AOP documents that change them from what the draft was to what that approved document package is. And they change for a variety of reasons. Often during that time, field work is continuing. There's a lot of information that we provide and there's a lot of work to do. So for example, stream surveys are still occurring. Our geotech specialist often is still reviewing timber sales, usually the alternate sales, but still work's being done there. We also receive a lot of public comments from, a variety of folks that give us some feedback on where we could clarify things, additional information they'd like to see. And what we do with that, I kind of talked about, we work with both our specialists and our districts to kind of work through that feedback to see if there's anything we can do immediately or things that we can do in the future. And then we provide a detailed list in the summary document themselves and also in the response document of exactly what we changed, or at least pointing to what we changed so people can go and find those in the documents. Those changes really did range from clarifying language, making adjustments to project sales to align with the changing needs, or to give us additional time to work through issues that were raised. Specifically, what we did for FY25, we updated the management history to represent better the lifespan of the stand. There was a lot of confusion about if a stand was planted or if it was natural, and it was just not something that we really talked about in there. We really were talking about current or recent management history. That was more for kind of the logging and forest management side of things, not necessarily what that was. And that caused a lot of confusion. So that's something that's an easy change that we can do in the future. We had added consistent adjacent landowner information and language to the reports. We noticed that we weren't very consistent across the districts of how we did that, and that really raised a lot of concern and consternation, thinking that they were being forgot of or we just didn't know about them. So that's something we'll that we actually updated in the FY25. And I'll talk about that one in a little bit more robust when I talk about the future changes that we're making. And then we also made specific changes to individual sales based on comments that came in. So we may have just received one comment on a sale saying, hey, I know that this thing exists, or, you know, this wasn't clear. What did you mean here? And so we would provide more clarity. The summary document changes, we only made edits that supported and were alignment to the changes that we made on the individual sales. So if we move sales around from primaries to alternates, if we change some tables or language, we would just make sure those were updated in the summary documents. We did make a couple of primary and alternate sale changes on Astoria District. We had received a lot of feedback on the Mothball Hill sale. And to work through some of that feedback, we did drop that down to alternate to give us a little more time to kind of work through some of the concerns and do some additional outreach on that. So it's still in the FY25 plan, but just gave us a little more time to work through that. And that was replaced with the Tin Man Alder sale. And then on the Western Lane District, we moved one unit of the Sitka Stratus sale to an alternate, and then replace that with all of the ice damage salvage units that were kind of added at the right before public comment in order to make sure that we were getting those salvages occurring, and then pairing it up with some actual timber sales or healthy timber sales. On the outreach front, we've done some additional outreach with concerned homeowners that were adjacent to planned harvest operations. And we plan to continue those outreach on those specific sales as we work through the sale plan. We have also received a lot of questions, requests for some groups, and we've worked through a lot of those to help them. There's also been a lot of information requests that we've provided additional information on. And then we've are working with some groups to do some tours to help with some education about what our plans are so they can better respond to our planning processes and our public engagement. So that's kind of the big summary for the FY22 changes. I want to stop there and just see if there's any questions on that.
Thanks, Colleen. This is Barrett. For one, can you characterize a little bit the how that neighbor outreach went, the kind of nature and of the conversation and outcomes?
I actually don't know because I left on July 7th and I just got back on Monday. So Dawn, do you have that would be great.
Yeah, and were you speaking specifically to the Mothball Hill?
It was, and the Davis Ridge, yeah.
Yeah, and I know we have Brad online who attended one of those. And Brad, I'd open up for your perspectives on that question from Barrett.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Barrett, could you rephrase that again?
Yeah, just wondered if you could characterize how some of the new neighbor outreach efforts went this round, and yeah.
Overall, I felt that it went well, and I think we've learned some good methods going forward, and I think that's something else they'll bring up today. But as far as future outreach for adjacent landowners, I think it'll just be an overall better process.
Thanks. And then in the past, in this reporting cycle, we've heard a little bit more detail about the nature of the comments. You know, you may have gotten hundreds and hundreds of comments that are, you know, stop logging so we can have more trails. You know, that's a type of a comment. And then there are comments that really require an assessment and response relative to an AOP. Can you talk about let me just put it this way. I'll make it easier. It'd be great maybe in the future to build some of that back in, some of that detail about, I think just SBAC members would be well informed to know that, you know, we've got 2,000 form letters from that looked kind of like this, and that's helpful in a way, but it's not perfectly relevant. And that'll just help us understand your input streams.
Yeah, and I think that's fair. And we do have that information, so that would be an easy one to report out on. They're definitely the form letter, the folks that are doing form letters are definitely know that kind of strategy. And so they do very much, they may have a template, but they all make them their own. So you still have to read in each individual one because most of them have a couple of things that are specific to them or to specific sales. So generally, like, there was a lot of form letters, but almost all of them had individual pieces that were a little bit slightly different that actually pointed to a change or to something they were concerned about that kind of set them apart from the standard form letter that we knew that went out. So, which was interesting. And we hadn't seen that before.
And so they tended to be relevant in a way to a particular sale. I mean, so that's progress. So that's great.
Just to follow up a little bit on your question, just to make sure there's no misconceptions, you know, specifically following our some of the field reviews that we did, meeting with the adjacent landowners. Everyone didn't leave the meeting on this agreeing with us harvesting the timber. And so there's still definitely some people that are pretty passionate about it, for pretty obvious reasons. And so I think the meetings did go well as far as, you know, continuing to do the outreach, finding steps going forward so that we can do it. But I don't want anybody in the room to think that that the takeaway from the groups was we're now 100% you know, in support of what you're doing. You know, some of the groups are not. And there's still work for us to do as we start laying out sales and working with folks. And there's probably not a solution where we harvest the timber that everyone's happy. And I just want to make sure that there isn't a misconception that is the case, because it's not. And while she does that, you know, one of the other things that we really struggled with this year with all of the public responses is the large number of public responses that we were dealing with that was misinformation. And there was a lot of incorrect information that was spread by some individuals, and there was a lot of our responses that were a lot of staff time and effort spent on trying to refute claims made that were false. And that was pretty frustrating. And that's a new one that we really haven't run into in the past at this public information stage, where an individual group would go out with very false information that we spent a lot of time and really rile people up to the point where we were spending a lot of our time trying to tell people that wasn't true. And that was frustrating, and it continues to be frustrating because that hasn't stopped yet.
I've seemed to lost internet connection.
Go ahead, Lisa.
Hi, thank you. I'm sorry I'm late. To that point that was just made about the misinformation or inaccurate information, or the purposeful misinformation, however it plays out, that seems like something that is not going to go away. And is there a way, knowing that this is not going to happen, to start getting out in front of that? Maybe better messaging, earlier messaging, expanding on what is provided in advance of these things, so that I'm sure you saw some kind of trend in the types of things that were being said that we can put out there right up front, so that at a minimum, the answer's kind of been crafted already, so that if you do continue to receive comments about it, you've already addressed it. But for those folks that are actually being kind of gullible, it is an opportunity for them to not waste their time too, because in some instances, they're just reacting. And if they can see it up front, they may not feel the need to engage at that point.
Yeah, and I think that's a really good question. I think one of so our first line of defense was the actual comment response document itself that we sent out to every single person that gave us an email address, which was, I think, almost 95% of them. So if they had received inaccurate information, they now have in our hand kind of the division a rebuttal to the misinformation they had. There were some really blatant ones like harvesting and riparian areas, like we're not doing that. And so we felt like that was actually a really good way to at least get information into folks' hands. As I talk about some of the changes that we're going to be making for FY26, you'll see that this is a huge piece of like one of the discussions that we need to do some work on this fall and winter in order to try to get in front of that as we go into the FY26 sale plan. So it's a really good thought, and it is definitely on our minds. I don't have an answer today for that until we kind of do that work and really think about that. And that's actually something, if you guys have thoughts or ideas on that, we would love to hear that, because that is something that Nick and I were just talking about yesterday, is just this education piece that is kind of monumental while we're still developing these plans to try to get ahead of it. So, okay, looks like I'm almost back on. Any other questions while I reconnect? Okay. Thanks for your patience. Looks like a couple key people were kicked off. All right. So as far as future updates go, we received, quite a few comments on some changes that we can make. And while some of them were kind of out of scope or just things that were more associated with IP level interactions that they would like to have that really aren't at the AOP level, there were quite a few that we could respond to or we could take a look at to make sure that we're saying what we intend to say through the context of public comment. So our reports tend to be very geared towards our foresters and the people and our partners and our stakeholders, and not necessarily, have all of the information in there that we would generally know, those things are already taken care of through our policies. But someone just picking up that one report for that one thing because it's next to their home, they wouldn't necessarily know that. And so well, probably one of the biggest things is it's the division's intent to standardize our landowner outreach, our adjacent landowner outreach for all of our adjacent landowners, both federal, private, and homeowners, where in the past, we've really varied on the level of that outreach and the timing of that outreach. Now we're going to standardize that and just ensure that we're kind of making sure people are aware of what we're doing with enough time to be able to be part of that public comment process in a way that they're more informed. They have the full 45 days. And we're working on developing what we're going to be sending folks, what's going to be included in the package of information that we send. We are also working on the timing of that. So when are we going to be done enough that we can provide that and give them enough lead up time that the public comment process is going to happen? So that's something that we're working through and we should have developed, and we'll definitely roll out at the SFAC meeting in the winter that this is what we're doing and this is when it's going out. We've also received a lot of feedback about the type of information folks need in the report. I kind of talked about that. Most of it is about clarifications and just being more transparent in how we talk about what we're doing and the resources that are affected by these operations, and in general, what protections are in place. The second and third bullet on the screen, so clarifying about wildlife, fish, plant surveys, steep slope protections, future condition, domestic and municipal water sources, planting prescriptions, timber management targets, and our different objectives and prescriptions inside and outside of the HCA's. There's very specific comments and what they would like to see. So we're really doing some work to look at our AOPs to go, how can we make minimal changes, but to address some of those comments? And there's kind of that balance of when is it too much information and when is it not enough information? And we're really trying to thread that gap. I don't think we'll ever get it right. I think people are just kind of all over their place, rightly so, in what their understanding is. But I'd like to show some responsiveness to it because we know these new folks are going to be really looking into what we're doing because we've brought so many new folks into this public process. So we need to adjust accordingly. And then I kind of talked about the requests for tours and meetings with different groups or public to discuss operations and ask questions. So there was quite a bit, there were several groups and some individuals that asked for tours. And because of our staffing and our workload, it's really hard to respond to that in an efficient way. It's very reactive. And so, like we were talking about earlier, we've got to kind of figure out a better way to get some HCP 101 or forest management 101 out to folks so that they can consume it as needed to kind of understand who we are and what we do and why we do it, what our planning process looks like. And so that is on the board of kind of priorities before the next public comment period starts. So I'm going to stop there, see if there's any questions on that.
You probably already know this, and I also don't know how I think about this idea for state forest, but I have BLM is one of the neighbors to my tree farm. And so I just got an envelope in the mail with the operations plan for their units next to me and near me and with maps. And it was probably a 5 or 6 page mailer. It was interesting to read. Like I said, I don't know about the wisdom of state forests copying that, but I just wanted to share that.
It's actually funny that you say that because I have that exact letter that got sent out on probably the same sale for somebody else that was forwarded to me. And so we are taking a look at that. We'll probably be looking at kind of what the federal, what the Forest Service does as well, just to see what other people are getting that might be additional landowners, but then also how that might fit or play into what works and and what doesn't work for our department. So it's funny that you mentioned that because I just got it in my email yesterday.
I will say, somebody else I know who got it, who doesn't know anything about forestry, called me and said, what should I think of this? And so it was, and they were happy and made them feel kind of empowered, knowledgeable, and satisfied, more importantly.
This is less of a oops, go ahead.
Oh, I'm sorry. This
Go
is
ahead,
Lisa. I just wanted to say that I had a friend who was in one of your tours, and it was great for her. She learned a lot. She felt very heard about her questions. I forget sometimes how little people really know. So I think you're right, thinking about a short HCP presentation or something. But you might also consider, I know this isn't easy, and I know it's just it's really someone's job, but if you wanted to develop more of a volunteer core that could, do tours with people, that might be a way to really focus your volunteers. I find that, some people want to stuff envelopes, but some people want to do deeper work and feel like they're productive. So, building trust is the most important thing you can do so that when you hear disinformation, like when I hear disinformation from the ODF I have a deep layer of trust for you, even though I'm, left of center and, care about all the fuzzy animals in the forest, but I still have an enormous amount of respect and trust for you. So that is probably the most important thing for you all to try to develop. That's all. Thank you.
Thanks, Lisa. I'm going to add on to that because as you were talking about all of the responses that you got this year, I was thinking about, it was several years ago now, but I remember sitting in an SVAC meeting with Ron saying, we're not getting any comments at all, or we're getting 10 postcards that all say the same thing. And it wasn't, I mean, it was a while ago, but it wasn't really that long ago. And so this is really a tremendous, I know it creates a lot of work engaging with the public, especially when they don't understand. And the work of ODF is so incredibly layered, and it's very easy to get people worked up. But it's an incredible opportunity for you. And I think the direction that you're taking your thinking in terms of, how do we get ahead of it? How do we engage with folks who are getting information that is absolutely incorrect? And then how do we welcome these comments and figure out how to, because it's obvious there's this deep desire in the public to engage in a different way than they have in the past. And so it's both an opportunity and a real challenge. And so I was like, oh, I'll point out a little bit of history here because this is a very different place than a few years ago.
I think my lowest amount of comments was 26. So I've gone from 26 to about 1,061 in the 5 years that I've been in this position. So
I wonder if you could find grant money to produce video from some of our field tours. That's not a small project to have maybe 2 cameras and some editing, but it would be pretty interesting to invite more Oregonians into those tour settings.
I think about the public comment, and to echo our chair here, it's kind of like careful what you wish for. We wanted more and more input, and now you kind of get it. And I'll just be transparent and say, I work with an organization, and we've done our calls to action, right, to get folks to send in letters and do that. And information to get out to your folks is really easy to do these days. There's lots of commercial tools out there available. And for whatever reason, bad information seems to spread much more easily and readily than the good stuff. And I think that's a measure of effort there too. So my only suggestion there is at times, if you get like one comment that seems like it's, way off base or just completely false, and it's easy to kind of think about like, it's probably just a one-off, and then it turns into the form letter. And folks have learned that with form letters, that certain agencies have enough, have software where they can evaluate those, and you only have to literally change like one character in that form letter to have it seen as an independent action there. So all that's out there. That's all part of the conversation. I know it doesn't really help you at all, but I think having informed people give very good perspectives is still a useful thing, and you just have to weed through the rest.
Yeah, and we're definitely seeing that, but I think that it also provides, we try to look at it provides us an opportunity to message and to do outreach where we may not have been able to do that before, to get the right information out there. So there is a positive when there's a lot of those form letters, because a lot of times, they may feel strongly or something, or they just feel strongly for their organization. There's a whole lot of host of reasons why people fill those out. And so we're able to just engage with that new, because most of it is just outside of our policies and our plans. And so it's not those specific things where we're making a lot of changes on. It's just education. So good feedback. Thank you.
Susan.
Yeah, I just wanted to share that I'm part of a Forest Collaborative in Oak Ridge. I'm on the board there. And that we work closely with the Forest Service when they're doing EISs or EAs. We help develop the projects and stuff and try to bring in local folks that do work to increase job opportunities. But the other thing that we do a lot of is public information. And because we have folks that sit in on the environmental meetings themselves and listen to that, we also provide the service of putting together field trips or meetings where there's maps and folks to talk to. And I know it does involve the Forest Service having to bring in people, but they can bring in less people when you have a group that's very well informed and is part of the process. So, and that's been very helpful because we're doing a lot of sales on the perimeters of Oak Ridge and West Fir for Firewise and things like that. And it's been really good. We've been getting really good feedback from those field trips that we've been able to provide, helping the Forest Service out. So it's a suggestion, and I know it's labor intensive, but it really has big payoffs in the end.
Susan, are you saying that's it's a collaborative run project that Forest Service joins, or does Forest Service run it?
It's the Forest Service is probably doing all the information, but we're providing all of the outreach to the community to get them there, and arrange for transportations for people, and whatever we can do to help. We're working on those sales to work on projects, restoration projects and stuff, giving suggestions of what's needed in the areas, because we're all from here. But we are doing a lot of the community outreach and providing the meeting space. We can do snacks and things like that to help bring people in because we're an outside organization. But the Forest Service is providing the information. So, if it's something around silviculture, then hopefully somebody from silviculture will show up. A lot of times we have the assistant ranger is at our meetings and stuff, and they all participate in our meetings that we have too, and help us plan for these things. So it's kind of a joint effort because everybody really cares about what's going on around them. And it seems to work really well. We get a lot of good feedback. We're doing a lot of Firewise work around Oak Ridge. So all the properties that border the Forest Service, we're doing blackberry abatement and slash removal. The collaborative has gotten grants to be able to do that. So that really helps with that community engagement and helping folks around town understand what's going on. So it's been a really good experience. It's what I do in the rest of my spare time.
Thanks, Susan. Go ahead, Mike.
I'd just like to say a lot of these things are great ideas. I don't know what scale we'll be able to do them at. We do have a community engagement coordinator position within our REI program. And that's one person. But, I think we can probably make some progress there. I think this group actually, could be leveraged in some ways. You all have the folks that you talk to. One thing on the, I think, and I made a note of it, on working with the, sort of like, here are some video shorts of, here's our management. Here's what we're going to be doing under the HCP. All those types of things, I think are worthwhile. We have a limited public affairs staff. We've gotten one thing that's always a little troubling, right, is we actually are all over Facebook with all kinds of good stories. And in the media increasingly as well. As a matter of fact, Our primary public affairs person that we've been working with over the past year and a half is Tim Hoffman. He's done a fabulous job of putting together a variety of stories. And we've had some that are habitat-based that came out. And we've had, some that are recreation-based that have come out. They've gone over really well in the media. So all that's great. I think we can improve. We can always continue to try and do those things. One thing that I think is we just have to realize is we are always going to have certain sets of folks who are just dead set against whatever aspect or another of our management. And there's some minds that we aren't going to change. And there's some of that we really can't, we just can't change, can't win the hearts and minds, right? But I appreciate all these thoughts here. These are good thoughts.
I'll make it quick, because I know we're way over now. But just wanted to highlight last year, Department of Forestry worked with Dan Stark, who's on the call, OSU Extension, as well as the Oregon Society of American Foresters for funding interpretive signs at the CJ Reed Arboretum. And that was through Foresters Fund. And so there's opportunity there through partnerships that already exist in the local community to potentially do some either video projects or field trips, maybe by a third party like Susan's mentioning, that provides a neutral space for folks to come in, but still with that professional forester, kind of trusted professional feature. So just to highlight that as an opportunity.
Just kind of to build off of all those. And so just to kind of put this into some context, we started off the meeting by talking about how the fire season put us really far behind. And then we're getting a lot of requests from anything from groups to one person that calls and says, I want you to devote your department's entire staff to taking me out and looking at this forest so that I can tell you whether or not you should be managing it or not. It's a massive workload. And so as we start going forward, I mean, this is one of the workloads that's in front of us. We do need to find solutions so that we're not essentially, telling some people, yes, we'll meet with you because you were the first person to call, or maybe because you're an influential group, just for equity, we need to be able to meet with people and provide the same type of information to multiple entities. And it's something we're really struggling with because it's not fair if they weren't the first person to call. But on the same instance, it's also not fair to send that amount of staff time for one person. And so like to Mike's comments on the shorts or something, because a lot of those are just like, what are you doing and why? And then there is a certain amount that's like, we're not going to be able to have a meeting where we discuss whether or not we're allowed to cut this tree. And it is a massive workload. And it's, some of the meetings are not, they're coming into the meeting within, they're not going to change their mind. They're really just showing up to yell at staff. And if you've ever been part of one of those meetings, they're pretty awesome. And so, and that's on top of everything else, on top of having people out on fire seasons for 60, 70 days, then they get back to get screamed at for following the policies that they were told to follow. That's rough. That's a rough deal to deal with. And so, it is something that we need to figure out how to address, and whether it's, doing some of it through the YouTube, some of it through Facebook, some of it through this group, so that we can kind of streamline how we relay that information so it's fair and equitable across the way, but it's also not something that consumes our staff, because we still need to get all these timber sales out. We still need to get all this recreation done, the work done. And the more time that we spend on this, the less time we have to spend on those other items. And so it is critical that we do it, because when we don't do it, it consumes us. And so we have to deal with the situation in front of us, but we also have to do it in a way that doesn't take all of our staff time, or we will not be able to do those other things. And failure is not one of the options on the table.
So we're at noon. Do you want me to just keep going? Or do you want to take a break and then I can
Yeah.
review it at the end, or when we get?
So let's just kind of ask, are folks good? So there's a couple things going on. One is, ODF is not providing lunch today. And so I don't know if folks here are like, I'm going to run out and go grab lunch. And it's only, so there was a number of things that happened when this agenda got put together. And part of it was some of the folks who are key to organizing this meeting were still on fires. And so I think some things just got, and Nick is brand new in the position. And so some things just got lost in the shuffle. And it's not all your fault. I also was not fully kind of paying attention. And so I'm really open to whatever will work best for folks because, even blood sugar is really important as we move into the afternoon. And so let's just do a quick check-in. What do folks need? Do people need a little time to go out and get food? Do people have food with them? How do you feel about how much time would you want in order to do the revision piece, Colleen?
Sorry, I probably have 20 minutes. And it depends on questions. So
yeah,
15 minutes probably of going through the slides and
then
the questions. Yeah.
Okay. So I'm considering maybe we just go to lunch now, but is a half an hour going to be enough? I want to make sure half an hour is enough for everybody so you actually have food to eat. Okay, fabulous. I know Emily warned everybody, so I'm hoping everyone took the warning to heart. But as long as that's good, why don't we just break now and we'll come back and we'll move right into your presentation and then we'll figure out as we go through the afternoon to make sure we still. Does that work for everyone? You talk to Amanda. Okay, so everyone online, we will start back up. It's 10 after, so we'll start back it up at 12:40. So thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, everybody. We've got a few folks still coming back into the room. We'll get started in a minute or so. Double check. Welcome back, everybody. We're going to get started. Susan, your hand is raised, and so I just want to make sure you don't need to be recognized. I'm thinking maybe it just had stayed up, and she might not. There we go. All right. So go ahead and we'll move into IP revisions.
Okay, so we'll kind of make this quick. I'm going to talk about IP revisions and then I'll finish off with just a short overview of the FY26. Okay, as you guys are aware, we've been working on the Habitat Conservation Plan for the last several years. And in the current implementation plans, we made a lot of changes to align with that change in policy direction. So our current IPs are aligned with our Habitat Conservation Plan. We're implementing many of the strategies and on the ground during this transition period. So we approved those IPs in April of 2023. And it was intended to cover a 2-year period. So we wrote them up as a 2-year period, but we also recognize in that if the HCP and the forest management plan and the new implementation plans took longer than that 2-year period, we would need to extend them. Unfortunately, as you guys know, adoption's taking a little bit longer than we had hoped, and the new target dates generally, or at least what we're kind of considering as our new target dates, is that the HCP, the forest management plan, excuse me, and the new implementation plans would be developed, reviewed, finalized, and approved, hopefully by July of 2027. So that's kind of our new target date. It could be sooner than that, but to give us some room to make sure that we don't have to go through this process again because it takes a lot of time. That's kind of where our target date is for this new implementation plan revision. What that does is leaves kind of a 2-year gap. And in order to revise those, we could either extend them, which is basically just sign a memo and extend them, or we can do some revisions on some things that we've learned just in the 2 years of implementing these that could give us a little bit more room to do our work better and to make better choices operationally, but also financially, and just provide some clarity in the work that we're doing as we go forward. So what are we updating? So we talked about this the last time we met, but we really have dug into some of the issues that we're having with implementation and meeting our objectives. And kind of the big issue, and I know we've talked about it here and it's been pointed out to us a lot, is the overlapping constraints due to implementing the strategies of 2 plans. So we have the HCP conservation strategies, and then we also have the forest management plan strategies that we're using. So the kind of the biggest 2 that are impacting us the most are our terrestrial anchor sites and our desired future condition. And then we're also going to look at our volume ranges and kind of tweaking those, and I'll talk about those a little bit more in depth. So the first one I'm going to talk about is the terrestrial anchor sites. These sites are designed, are designated areas to benefit terrestrial wildlife species of concern, and especially those that are associated with older forests or interior habitat conditions that are sensitive to forest fragmentation or do not readily disperse across younger forest conditions. So that's what our policy says and what's in our implementation plans. These sites are found on several districts and contain about 44,000 acres. And the challenge is that there's a significant amount, approximately 15,000 acres, that are located outside of the habitat conservation areas currently. So as part of the implementation plan revision, our plan is to take the portions of the terrestrial anchor sites that are outside of the HCAs or the habitat conservation areas and relocate them into the habitat conservation areas while still aligning with both the HCP goals and objectives and our forest management plan strategies. So that's kind of key, is we have to maintain the integrity of what those we're trying to do across the landscape, but align them so those areas coincide with our habitat conservation areas. So that way it frees up the areas that are outside of our habitat conservation areas to meet other objectives. So currently our biologists are drafting up these areas, really focusing on meeting the original intent, but doing so within the habitat conservation areas. And they're working with ODF&W and the districts as they work through that process. Once they finish that up and finalize those, then we'll add those into the implementation plans, and they will go through a public review process, just like we do with all of our implementation plan revisions. I think the one piece of that, the intention is not just to meet our goals and objectives, but also to keep the same size. So that way we're not changing the patch size distribution and really making sure they're still functional on the landscape. Okay, the second piece that we're doing, similar to the terrestrial anchor sites, there's a significant amount of acres, even more, and it's about 76,000 acres, gross acres, that are located outside of the habitat conservation areas. Now, a lot of this is riparian area, because it's gross acres, it kind of runs the gamut of all the constraints that we have. It's inoperable areas, rocky areas, riparian areas, road prisms or where roads are. So it's gross areas. So that number is significantly reduced for actual operable acres that are going to contribute to our harvest objectives. But it's still a really large piece. And there's been a lot of work and time spent on designating the habitat conservation areas with our partners, with our internal biologists, to make sure that these are in the right location on our landscape. And so really what we're doing is trying to align those two to meet our goals and objectives for both plans. So So working together, the planners are working with the biologists and the districts right now to reallocate our desired future conditions. So I do not have the total amount of acres into the correct locations within the habitat conservation areas. And these are kind of the criteria that we're using to get to that initial first draft. And then the plan is to work with ODF and W to see if there's any red flags or concerns, work through that process and then finalize a new desired future condition. And those criteria that we're using or how we're prioritizing those are stands within the updated terrestrial anchor sites that we just talked about. So as those move, those are important for desired future condition. Stands that are currently designated as northern spotted owl cores or areas within the 0.7 mile owl circles, areas that are designated marble murrelet management areas that are inside of the HCAs. So everything I'm going to talk about here is really looking inside of those habitat conservation areas. We want to designate existing layered and older forest structures that exist within the habitat conservation areas. So if it's already in the conditions, we want to make sure that they're designated. And then we also want to consider the oldest stands inside the HCAs, but through the lens of that we need to have stands that cover one or more conservation values or harvest constraints, such as scenic river corridors, inoperable areas, riparian areas where it makes sense, where it's connected to an upland. And then stands that maintain or improve kind of significant blocks of desired future condition within the habitat conservation areas to support connectivity, configuration, and other patch dynamics that maintain and promote landscape function. It's really important. This may include individual younger stands in the desired future configuration to maintain that contiguous block. So there definitely are younger stands that are inside of the HCAs, and where it makes sense, those may get added to the new desired future condition. There's also areas that were already being managed towards. They've had prescriptions that were done that are more in the regeneration or retention cut kind of spectrum of the harvest that we do, and their ages say they're younger according to our SLI because it's the new stand that's coming up that those ages are. So there's some additional younger stands, even though they're some of the more complex stands that we have out there. The intent is to keep the percentages of layered and OFS the same as the current IP and across the districts. But again, it's just reallocating those to align so we have kind of one set of constraints or resource considerations in the same footprint versus kind of these double constraints that are inside and outside of the HCAs that are trying to meet the objectives and standards for 2 different plans. So I'm going to stop there on those 2 topics before I get to the harvest ranges and just see if there's any questions surrounding those 2 things of where we're going.
Yeah, it's Mike with OHA, and I want to make sure I'm following the bouncing ball here.
Yeah, copy that.
We have HCAs that are designated as part of the Habitat Conservation Plan. And what we're talking about here is moving all terrestrial anchor sites within those, all current DFC older forest structure or complex into those as well.
Yes.
And so that we're basically putting those in there. My question is, and you talked about trimas and some other things. What do we do with trimas that are currently outside the HCAs? Are we still basically managing under take avoidance and HC? So we're still have dual constraints. We're just trying to consolidate as much as possible.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Okay. And then we're going to do this as an interim IP until 2027 when there'll be another IP.
Correct.
Okay, I got that figured out. So now I have the stupid question.
Oh, it's okay.
Is, how much does U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service trust us to just basically move everything essentially to an HCA format and exclude everything else to basically jumpstart that whole process right now? Is that even within, so essentially do away with take avoidance altogether, just move to that strategy and essentially start implementing that so you don't have this dual constraint thing? Is that even a possibility?
So I think that is the approval of the HCP. So part of where we're at right now is the dual is that we have the forest management plan, and that's not set up for the HCP. And we have one that we're developing that will be the companion to the HCP. And as we work, so if we were to get the ITPs tomorrow, then that would replace the take avoidance, and we would be able to start that transition while we work on our new implementation plans. And so that would change that double constraint of the trimas and the owl circles that are outside. And so there's some work there to do as we finalize the HCP with those areas that are outside of the HCAs that are known teeny locations. But generally that's the case. So if we get the incidental take permit that would approved, then that means that we don't have to do the take avoidance for the covered species anymore. The rest of it is up to us to get the new forest management plan and the new implementations across the finish line so they can replace the current plans that we're under.
So I'll recharacterize it then, just to say that my understanding is you still have basically these dual constraints, but you're trying to minimize that.
Mm-hmm. That's exactly right. So we're having to, because we have a reduced footprint to work from, we're having to make choices that we wouldn't necessarily make today if we had an approved HCP, because they're different standards. And this alleviates some of that pressure because it gives us some additional areas to look at and to kind of balance those trade-offs that we saw earlier, and we're going to talk about a little bit later. It just gives us more room to do that, kind of relieve some of the pressure as we kind of march towards this next policy approval.
Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, Greg Jacob, environmental rep. Question about acreage. I just want to know if I have it correct. I think you said there were align the terrestrial site locations, 44,000 acres to within the HCAs, 44,000. And then you mentioned 76,000 acres located outside the HCA as far as desired future condition. Do I have that right, or is that wrong?
It was 15,000 acres approximately for the terrestrial anchors.
15.
And yep, for the terrestrial anchors that are outside of the HCAs.
Oh.
And then 76,000 of the desired future conditions. And I did that really quick, so I may need to check on that, and I'll send a note out if that's incorrect, but I think that's right. Those do overlap. So the majority of the stuff that is in the terrestrial anchors is, I think all of it is a desired future condition.
Okay.
So those do overlap. And there's a lot of acres in the desired future condition that are in inoperable areas that we'll be taking out of the inoperable areas and putting into the habitat conservation areas. So that way it's a clean break between the policies and everything is in the habitat conservation areas.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Barrett Brown. Can you at least give me a second cut understanding of, you said there's some work to do in some of those legacy species of concern sites after you get the ITPs. I think that's what you said. After you got these take permits, there would still be work to do on some of those sites outside of the.
Oh, I think in what I was referring to is since we've designated the habitat conservation areas, we've gotten a lot of detections. Derek talked a couple about those today. And those ones are just conversations we still need to have with the services to just confirm, are they still outside or do we move habitat conservation area acres into
New detections?
Yeah,
Okay.
they're just new detections that we've received in the last couple of years.
Thanks.
Okay. All right. Going on to our harvest targets. So another change we're proposing is changing the range that we have for our harvest targets to a specific single number. This will help streamline our process, messaging, and reporting. We've been operating at the top end of the range for the last 2 years, and we've been directed to do that. And so our intention is to just adjust the target to reflect that we're going to be working at the top end of the range. So for example, Astoria's new number would be just an average of 52 million board feet a year. Forest Grove would be 47, North Cascade 10, Tillamook 52, and so on. The one exception is for the Western Lane Southwest unit. They only have enough available acres to do about a sale every other year just to help with costs and stuff like that. And so we'll figure out where that sweet spot is for their kind of average volume, and we'll put that in there. So that's kind of the plan with that. And we're just hoping that will just alleviate some of the trying to get our timber sales to like land right in the middle of that or towards the top, but without going over. It's kind of like the Price is Right sometimes. And then it'll give us a better way to really consider the direction that we've got from the state forest to look for additional volume where it makes sense and it meets our transition objectives, and being able to communicate that with the public better. So fairly minor, but just wanted to point that out. Okay. So kind of the next steps is we are working to review and finalize both the locations of the desired future condition and the terrestrial anchors and the documents in the next couple of months. So kind of this October through December timeframe. And then hoping to have a public comment period starting in late January or early February. Once that's complete and we work through the comments and the responses to those, we're hoping to have approval late February into early March, which will then lead us into being able to go to public comment for the FY26 annual operations plan, because we want to have those approved prior to going to public comment so there's no confusion, and it just makes it easier for us to know what plan we're planning for as we go forward. Okay. Okay, questions on that? So that's the implementation plan, kind of revision process we're working through.
Any questions online? All right, I think we're good.
Okay, 3 more slides. You guys are doing good. All right, so the last few months have really been focused on finishing the FY25 AOP and then working on the implementation plan revisions. But the additional work that we've been doing is working on the candidates for the FY26, which will be, the main focus of this group and the topics we bring forward over the next couple of months up until June. Hold on. Okay. This slide is one that we showed last year, and it really shows kind of our candidate selection process and kind of where we are in that. hold on. That's when I know I'm talking too much. As you can see here, the process, like where we are in the process. So last fall, we had and submitted the FY26 candidates, a large pool of candidates for T&E survey review. We go through kind of a course filter of those with all of our resource considerations, our policies, to make sure that they're generally viable candidates. And then we look at those for T&E review. And so all the candidates that we're working under right now were surveyed if need be during this last summer. That was their first year of, their second year of surveys. And so from there, where we're at, we're kind of in this specialist screening. I don't think you can see but we're in that second run of specialist screening and resolution. And what that means is that kind of the dots represent the potential candidates that we've identified. And now, like, if you can see the different colors there. So it's like red might be recreation, the brown might be cultural resources, the blue might be aquatics. And there's questions from our specialists or from some of our partners or from some of the policies we have that we need to work through and resolve or mitigate depending on what our policies say. Oftentimes most of the time, our sales have many of those things. They can have recreation and stream questions or policies or concerns that we need to work through. They can have cultural, they can have multiple of those. And the more resource considerations that we have to work through, the longer it takes or the harder the sales are to make sure that we have done in time, just because there's a lot of work to consider on there. So this process really helps us identify where we need to spend the time and highlight where the workload really is. As we identify those concerns or those resource protections that we need to consider, we start to look to see if there's any way to mitigate them or to address them. We set up field days with the specialists and the districts, and they work through a lot of those items on the ground. They develop plans and methods for protection or for mitigation, and just really understanding if there are any impacts that we need to consider. In some incidences, we're really able to just move forward with the sale. We know how to work through those. But there are some times where we determine there needs to be additional time to address those concerns. So a project may be taken off this year's potential candidate and then just move to the following year. So that we can work through those concerns in a longer time frame. I think the big thing is that generally the candidates that make it into the list have to be done at some point in order to meet our sustainable harvest objectives over time. So we don't get to just put it to the side and never come back to it again. Generally, we're going to have to work through and mitigate any concerns that are there. We do make every effort to address those concerns prior to going to the annual operations public comment process. But like I mentioned before, streams and geotech, sometimes there's still outstanding things. And we usually just make a note of those in the annual operations plan report, that it's just work that's in progress and that we'll complete it and we'll either update it during the approval process or we'll take care of it before we go to our timber sales being sold. All right. Any questions on this piece at all? You can see in the next step that we do have like the internal and partner review. That's in November to March. That's kind of where we have our meeting, but we're also meeting with a lot of other partners, ODF and W, our tribal partners, and to kind of discuss the candidates that have made it through our internal screens and our specialist reviews. Go ahead.
I just have a quick go back. Just on the DFC, just can you remind me, is that specifically the older forest structure, layered combination of the two?
Yeah.
It's both.
It's a combination of the two. Yeah. So in the past, and I don't know, usually it's about half and half. So it's like 20% layered and 20% of the landscape and layered and 20% of the landscape, or depending on what each district's makeup, it's about half that we want to move towards older forest structure and what we want to move towards layered. Sorry, Tillamook is layered or is 40%, but some districts are at 30% or yeah, there's different percentages depending on which district you're on, but it's usually about half that we try to get into those two different categories.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, because I think the slide just said desired future condition and that there's 76,000 or what was it? 76,000 acres outside of HCA's. And I just was thinking about that and thinking, we probably want to be clear that designated future condition doesn't tell you what type, because it's just
Yeah, and as we move those in there, the intention, there's certain rules on like which ones will go towards OFS and which ones will go to layered. And it's going to stay about the same split that the districts already have. Sorry about that the districts already have in there.
Yeah, and so trying to get those into the right HCA. I'm just trying to, I was just thinking about that and figuring out if I should say something.
The other piece of that is that's the desired future condition for them. It's not necessarily the current condition. And so that wasn't saying necessarily that all of the ones that had a desired future condition of older forest structure are currently older forest structure. And vice versa, that as we moved them into the plan, that doesn't mean that every stand that we put into those desired future conditions was that complex structure anymore. In fact, that was one of the things that she pointed out to avoid having little donut holes in the middle of the those blocks, is a lot of times there are young stands that are part of that. And so yes, the long-term goal for that stand is to be older forest structure, but it may be 60 years from that. And so it's just making sure that, it gets very hard to explain the difference between the current stand structure and that desired future condition structure, just because we use the same terms. And I think they get overlapped a lot. And so it's a difference there.
And I think just to tack onto that is, that means that there will be layered and OFS stands outside of the HCA's that will become available to harvest as long as we have done our take avoidance surveys to clear those units. So there definitely is, that scenario is going to happen, and that'll kind of play into the harvest considerations that we need to kind of talk through for the FY26 and more beyond that, but there is some of that in the FY26 AOP candidates that we're putting forward. Okay. Okay. So on this slide are some of the main examples of the filters we use to help us work through the many strategies and policies that we have in place. Identifying these early in the process helps the specialists in the districts collaborate on each sale to correctly implement our strategies and work through any of the trade-off discussions and to address concerns. Okay, now look at the list again. So these are also many of the items that we're going to have to work through on the FY26 AOP. So looking at our candidates, we kind of have a summary, and every one of these is in a sale. And honestly, most of them are in multiple sales and they overlap with one another. Okay, so then as you're looking at that, think back to the comments that we received on our FY25 AOP and just kind of sit with that and look like how those align. So the comments that we received really were talking about complex stands, harvest prescriptions inside of the HCA's, wildlife, aquatic resources, domestic water. So the pressures that we have as a division aren't going anywhere. And it kind of just puts the rest of the conversations in perspective of the comments that we receive, the engagement that we need to do the work we need to do internally, but also the work we need to do externally to just make sure that we can continue with our harvest program. And I think we've gotten some really good ideas of how we can approach that. We're still working through kind of the filtering process of which ones, are only have one or two of these things. I think there was only one sale that didn't have any of these, which is great, but it's one out of a lot of candidates because we have more candidates than we need. I talked about that where we started out. And so we kind of have that list of maybe one or two issues, and then you can have things that have 6 of these issues that we need to work through. And so I just wanted you to keep that in mind. That's kind of the initial brush that we're going to go through over the next couple of months. And then we'll be presenting kind of the big ticket items of the choices that we've made. And we'll be looking for feedback on how we're approaching it, why we're approaching it, and then how we're doing engagement and what are the things that we can maybe get from you guys to help us do some of that engagement as we try to tell our story. I think I'm going to stop there and see if there's questions. I think that's enough.
Any questions online? Okay, great. Thank you very much. Nick, you and Tyson are up.
Hi all, I'm just going to share my slides. I am Tyson Weprick. I'm the Adaptive Management Specialist and figuring out all these different windows. There we go. So I'm going to talk about some of the work we've been doing with the Board of Forestry the last few months. We're in kind of this, holding place where the board voted in March to go ahead with the HCP after receiving some modeling from us back in last December. And after that direction, we've been trying to figure out like what our range of options are for managing the forest under the new FMP that would accompany the HCP. And so what we've been doing with the board is we've been having discussions with county commissioners who are serving with FTLAC. In June, we had a meeting with the board to talk about just like basic performance measures that we would want to use to assess how the FMP is performing. What outcomes are we seeing? And then in September, we had another long discussion about different scenarios that we could model to try to inform the board with input from the counties. Because what we're asking from the board is we're asking for some vision and direction to kind of let us know if we should be continuing to manage as we have been managing, or if we should be pursuing, a slightly different direction. We want the board to tell us how they envision we should be implementing the new FMP. So I'm going to go over some of the scenarios that we've talked about. And I want to keep in mind that these scenarios are not like alternatives that we're going to choose from, because some of them are meant to be like bookends on either side of the way that we would not we, but like people manage forests. We would be managing somewhere in the middle. But they're meant to explore different management approaches to show trade-offs and have that discussion at the board level. And so I think where you all can be useful, I'm going to talk about, what the board has expressed in terms of their scenarios and like what sort of outputs they're going to use to evaluate these scenarios. And, we're curious like how it sits with you all, if there are metrics that, you think should be included to help inform the board. And so just keep in mind as we're going through this, like, if anything hits you as like, something that we're missing, and you don't have to let me know today, but if it hits you later, you can email me. So the place we're at is sort of between the top level, the policy that the board is making, and the implementation plans that Colleen just talked about. And Todd is in this whirlwind of modeling scenarios, Todd Heron right here. And so, the board is in charge of the forest management plan. They voted for us to pursue the HCP. Those are the big policy issues. The modeling is kind of this intermediate space where we're seeing what those policy directions could look like, in theory, on the landscape. It's not the same as the implementation plan modeling. So the modeling we're doing now can help inform us and like what guidance the board is giving us, but it isn't the implementation plan. And in general, with these scenarios, we're asking how can forest management be optimized over time across the landscape and among different resource goals? And so, this is just our outline of the process. We have our input data of how the forest grows, what sort of treatments we do, what sort of constraints we have on management, landscape constraints, Forest Practices Act rules, the HCP rules. And then we can set different goals for the desired outcomes in the different scenarios. And then the scenario will model management and forest stand growth over time, and it tries to optimize scenarios to meet those goals. And from those models, we get our outcomes, which could be performance measures, harvest volume, revenue, or other things that we can model. So back at the September board meeting, we had a discussion with the board members and county commissioners. I will note that Brenda McComb said it was a really fun time. So, and Commissioner Scar, didn't wholly agree, but but there were a lot of key points of agreement on how we want to see the forest managed. So in all these scenarios, we have HCP implementation with trying to achieve the active forest restoration treatments that are written into the HCP. Everyone's interested in forest health and trying to maximize the different resources that we're relying on in the forest. We talked a lot about climate change adaptation, habitat for wildlife, for threatened and endangered and other wildlife species. We talked about recreation and having sufficient revenue both for counties and taxing districts and for the agency. And then with the scenarios, we talked a lot about some differences in management that we could explore. And so we talked about having different volume targets, different rotation ages in the general ground outside of HCAs. We talked about, we used the word uncollared frequently in that meeting, and that just means, what would happen if in the areas outside of HCAs, if they were managed to maximize like timber productivity more akin to industry, while following the HCP and other laws. And then we talked a lot about even flow versus departures, and that just means like even flow is when we're setting our timber harvest volume at the same level throughout a period of time. And departures just means you can go up or down, or you can have variation from year to year. And I have at the bottom our assumptions about all scenarios. Our HCP management is in effect for all of them. So this table summarizes different scenarios that we intend to bring to the board next month. And let's see, I see Greg has his hand up, and this could be a good spot for a question, Greg. You're on mute.
Sorry, there was some, going back to the previous slide, there were some key differences you said between, among rotation ages. Could you share some of that differences, the age variety that was talked about?
Yeah, so, the table will have some of that, so I'll make sure to highlight that in the next table. So, the first row of these scenarios, scenario 1, these scenarios were brought forward by the counties, thinking about how we could model the scenarios. So what the number is in the different runs in that first row is a volume target for the first 30 years. And 30 years was selected because that's how long we have in the HCP for managing inside of HCAs for habitat. And they were interested in having a volume target on Board of Forestry land for 30 years. And then after that, reset and then see what an even flow volume level would be for the rest of the modeling time period. And so those 3 different runs would just be seeing like what the volume target would be. And the differences that we're sort of curious about with these scenarios is, 185 is pretty similar to what we've been doing. So we expect after 30 years of a target at 185, when we reset, we'd probably still be close to 185. But what we're interested in seeing is if we, did a 195 million board feet target for 30 years to mitigate the financial impacts to communities from the HCP, after 30 years, when we reset, would we find out that future harvests are going to be lower? And so in the discussions, county commissioners are not eager to take harvest now at the expense of the future. And so we're seeing if that would be one of the trade-offs we need to discuss. And scenario 2, that row kind of comes out of the idea of if we have longer rotations when trees are harvested, we would have more diversity of different age classes in the general ground outside of HCAs. And so when we say up to 150 years and managed acres, the idea that we developed at that board meeting was we would have that full range of stand ages outside of HCAs, and that would provide a wide diversity of habitat or wildlife species that are not threatened and endangered. It provides more climate change mitigation because there's more carbon storage in the forest under that scenario. And, Ben Doimling was really interested in if volume in those scenarios where you're logging bigger trees and doing thinning along the way as it's aging up to the older rotations, if there's enough volume to have it be something that we consider. And for reference, our average rotation age currently is more in the 70 to 80 range. So, yeah. So this would be logging older trees, but it has a carbon storage benefit because you are letting them grow longer. So that's one kind of one side that we're exploring. Scenario 3, even flow, is most similar to what we do now, and where we let the model tell us kind of what the minimum volume, what the maximum volume target could be so that it's consistent over time. And then we'll be testing out different variation among those 2 runs. And then scenario 4 is kind of at the other end of the spectrum, where you're maximizing net present value rather than saying maximizing harvest volume. And the uncollared run would be where you're letting the model maximize net present value. It tends to harvest more sooner, and it leaves you with generally a younger rotation age of trees. And so I'll pause there and see if there are questions about those.
Yeah, it's Mike here with OHA. Just so under scenario 2, are we just talking about lands outside of HCA's or all lands, or how's that one depicted?
Yeah, thanks. So for all of these, we're talking about modeling outside of HCA's. So the HCA management will be pretty simple. It will be the same in these different scenarios. And management is for habitat development, but there is volume that would come out of thinnings and things like that. And so the outcomes from the scenarios will include management inside HCA's, but what's in the table are differences for management outside of HCA's.
And then you mentioned earlier you had kind of bookend scenarios there. Am I reading this correctly and saying like scenario was 1 and 2 are the bookends?
I think so. The long rotation run A would probably be, one bookend where, we wouldn't be logging stands older than that. That's, and then the unconstrained departures run A for maximize NPV would be the other extreme. And so these are extremes that, we're modeling them not as scenarios to like choose, but as discussion points to really show like what the trade-offs are in managing the forests in different ways.
Tyson, if you're modeling, I forgot, I'm sorry if I missed, but you're modeling largely for volume here. How deep do you get into revenue on these questions, particularly in relation to thinning in scenario 2?
Yeah, the revenue would be an output in the models, and our assumptions about future costs and inflation and prices. Are assumption heavy, but yeah, we are thinking about revenue from the different scenarios and also the different types of logging that would be done in the different scenarios.
Great, and correct me if I'm wrong, but would it be better to discuss carbon, or at least detail more specifically where you're talking about net carbon sequestration on the landscape as opposed to net carbon sequestration in durable wood products? And there's it's a pretty complex discussion. So to say this is better for carbon might be maybe a thinner story than warrants.
Yeah, I agree. And so the modeling will have, we'll talk about sequestration, we'll talk about carbon storage in the forest, and we'll talk about carbon storage in harvested wood products. We don't get into the whole life cycle of carbon where we'd have to make assumptions of effects of substitution of harvested wood products for more carbon intensive building materials. We don't model specifics about, emissions of harvest and things like that. But we do think about, harvested wood products and sequestration in the land and then storage in the whole forest.
Yeah, you're talking about the net carbon discussion, something you just can't reach quite that far into. I understand. Thanks.
That's a good segue into, the different things that we want to report with these scenarios to help the board So we have a set of performance measures. Oh, yeah.
Sorry, I was a late hand. Just really quick, can you go back to the last slide? So as it relates to the scenarios and the different runs, I continue to struggle with the concept of bookends. For scenario 4, run A, the unconstrained departure, am I to understand that as something outside of eligibility under the HCP? Or would that run be fully allowed under the HCP?
Yeah, that's a good question. So we kind of, Todd and I have talked about this, and I think the way it's going to be modeled is that any scenario we run has to meet HCP compliance. So any scenario that we present could meet the HCP. But some of these scenarios we might find, like let's take an example of a volume target of 205. We may find that that volume target isn't possible over 30 years while meeting the HCP compliance. So that's where, we're hard coding that we have to meet the HCP, but there could be situations where the model doesn't allow it. And, we've been trying to figure out like how we report that. We could probably try to delve into the model and say like, okay, well, it doesn't meet owl dispersal habitat by this much in year 25. And that's what trips it up. For the unconstrained departures one, that one, if it's hard coded to meet HCP compliance, it's not totally unconstrained, and the model results would meet the rules of the HCP.
And I ask that because obviously there was a lot given in the negotiations between the services and the department for the HCP that we have, right? And from AOL's perspective in the logging side, anything less than the maximum that we can get under the HCP is giving more, right? Is giving more up. And, I don't speak for the board, and the board has their own decision-making process. But I just want to get that on the record because I think it's important to recognize that, there is this decision space, and I get a little bit frustrated with the conversation of let's do bookends and then something in the middle, because something in the middle inevitably is something less than fully achievable. Now, understanding that there's other, within the performance measures conversation and the goals and objectives within the FMP, there's a lot of different resources there, and trying to meet GPV is a part of that. But again, there's been a lot of conversations already around those specifics with the HCP conversation. So I just want to put that on the record. I mean, AOL has a perspective here, and I think I've made that pretty clear what it is, from a jobs and a harvest and a wood basket. Maintaining solvency of the industry is critical if we want to achieve any of these other pieces of the puzzle. So anyways, I'll probably be having more conversations with staff and board members and around this topic, but that's helpful for me to understand how you guys are thinking about it from the modeling perspective. And are we really having a bookend that's outside of what would meet the HCP, or is it all within the HCP? Thank you.
Hey, Nick Palisato, Deputy Chief. Yeah, so good point, good question, good concern. I think, to be clear, the unconstrained here isn't talking about, it's talking about constraining the model itself, not the landscape, if that makes sense, right? So unconstrained is like, you're not telling it to do even flow. You're not saying you can't harvest more than this in any little time period, et cetera. So, and you're like, within that context, you're correct still. Although the unconstrained model is pretty aggressive, maybe too aggressive. But so to get to the bookends point, that was really the direction we got from the board and from the full representation of the board to a large extent was a real strong desire to see those bookends, even if they weren't, basically to see how far you could march up to violating rules that we wouldn't violate. And what does that volume look like versus how far could you extend out rotations and how much do you drop off trying to get there? So it really is just to inform what's possible, you know?
Yeah, I want to say I appreciate your comment, Amanda. I think just for the general public, it's important, like when I go sell the HCP for the win that it is for habitat, you know, that it is it's a big step. It's a big change. And so there's not like a start over. You know, we have another similar conversation about trying to generate habitat values on this unconstrained acreage as though we were just starting from scratch. We're producing like crazy high values in these constrained areas in the HCAs. Would I be right to think of this, notwithstanding scenario 2, as these are kind of business models that deal with return on investment and flow and what the counties can tolerate for departures from even flow and jobs and mills? And these aren't necessarily habitat-centric models. They're kind of business models. Was that one way to describe these?
Yeah, and I think, we call them, forest activity models. They're modeling management of the forest through time, and so it is a business model. So in thinking about what sort of outcomes come from that, the forest management from the timber drives so many other things in the division, that I think it's fair to model that first and foremost, and then see how it affects other resources. And so with the performance measures, we came up with a set of 13 from our June discussion with the board, and with some changes after that discussion. There are different components in these performance measures that we're still working on. In the right-hand side, a lot of these can be modeled from our activity model, from these scenarios. We're modeling stands through time, so we do model habitat in there to make sure that we are meeting different provisions in the HCP. On the left, there are a lot of things that are really tough to include in models, and it's things in the social part component of GPV that we've always had trouble measuring and speaking to. And so I think that's one place that you all can help inform the discussion that the board is having is, what are things that are not included in this business-focused model that we need to think about that might be different under these scenarios that have very different approaches to forest management outside of HCAs. And so, I've listed some of them there. And, I'm happy to, have discussions with anyone outside of this meeting about specific resources, to share more about the different metrics that we'd want to measure, to see if there are things that we can try to speak to the board about when we're presenting these scenarios, to make sure that we're taking some of these other important resources that aren't in our models. And, at the board meeting in September, there were some other criteria that came up that weren't in the forest activity model directly, but there are things that we can do some spatial analyses to figure out. So like effects on drinking water and where harvests happen, where does that overlap with drinking water sources? We can look at recreation infrastructure and say, is there overlap between management and recreation infrastructure? And we've had lots of discussions about property boundaries. So we can say, like, in these model scenarios, like, how many letters are we going to be sending out in the future? So, there are other criteria like that we can present to the board for this exercise that are not going to be like performance measures going forward. I do want to highlight that under economic opportunities, we are sending our model results to Eco Northwest, a consultant who specializes in socioeconomics. And so they're going to be taking our modeling outcomes and running them through reports with more details on social and economic outcomes that come from the scenarios.
I have a couple of questions, just as kind of thinking to perhaps future discussions on this topic. So a couple of things that would be useful to know is what's your timeline that you're looking at in terms of, modeling can take some time, pulling all of the information together. When do you plan to have materials for the board to look at? Because it'll help us in terms of having a conversation, in terms of having those details as well. And so just thinking about our calendar for next year and the board's calendar, and if there's a place where we could align it to help to allow SFAC to have an opportunity to provide feedback once there's more details, like that would be really helpful. We don't have to know it right now, but as we think to next year's calendar, we'll want to be thinking about how to align that. Yeah, go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, Mike here, and I'm not exactly sure what you're asking from us here today, other than presenting this, but so I'll just offer this. So remind me about, under the current plan for DHCP, about what percentage of the land base would be in habitat conservation areas, roughly.
This is Nick, Division Chief. I want to say it, or Deputy Chief. I want to say 43%, and then there's another 7% in the RCAs therein. So you're basically half the forest. That might be off, but
I know that, and it's just the nuance there is that as I look at scenarios there and what we're considering moving forward there, in my mind, as we talk about things like longer rotation periods and things, that's what the purpose of HCAs were. And a challenge that we're somewhat frustrated with, in at least the hunting wildlife community, is the term habitat has, particularly in the federal agencies, and now I see it somewhat here in state forest planning, has become synonymous with older forest, old growth, old forest structure, whatever, however you want to depict it. And there's a whole lot of wildlife out there, indigenous wildlife in our state, that has different values to different communities that need different types of habitat. And so from my mind, the purpose of HCAs is to take care of the older forest structure, those components. And so we're looking for scenarios or opportunities to consider all those other species in the remaining part of the forest.
yeah, this is Nick again, Deputy Chief, State Forest. And yeah, I think I agree for the most part. The HCA's are some very substantial investment in both late xeral forests, late xeral habitat, and carbon storage. And to the extent that we're managing those stands out there too for habitat, they will be providing some younger forest habitat over the short term. But no, it really does shift the focus from a habitat, like the questions around habitat in that production matrix really do become, what are the gaps now? What aren't we providing? Part of the value of this analysis, personally think part of the value of the bookends is that it will clearly show those trade-offs and where things sort of fall off for a given model, for a given resource, right? So my personal assumption is the long rotation model is going to show like we are storing massive amounts of carbon and we're lacking certain younger age classes on the landscape. And those will be things that the board can weigh, right?
Appreciate it. And I think that if we're doing that to illustrate some of those trade-offs, a lot of the trade-offs that get considered have to do with volume or revenue. And we're just trying to add the perspective that there's a habitat component in it. And saying the word habitat isn't just older forests.
Yeah, this is Lisa. I'm sorry, I can't figure out how to raise my hand. I guess I feel like this is the cart before the horse. I think GPV, I mean, we have to figure out and define what our values are so that we know what goals we're looking at. If we're missing young stage forests with browse habitat for elk, you know, if that's not important to anybody, then we don't care about that. So why would we model that? So I guess I'm just confused why we're not, I mean, who ever gets to decide what we're supposed to be managing this forest for, besides obviously with the HCA, I get that. But now this part is for the financial aspect, for timber, for production, for all that. And then what else? So I'm confused looking at it. I feel like we're looking at it backwards. And the fact that the model doesn't even include aquatic and riparian resources, which is like looking at somebody's physical health and not looking at your, you know, your blood. So I guess I'm just confused by, what you're asking us for, when I feel like we need to know what the goals are for this, for the whole forest. That's all.
Yeah, thanks, Lisa. I think part of the difficulty, I mean, I'd agree that it's difficult to know the goals. For one reason, the draft FMP is notably different than the current FMP because a lot of the specifics have been moved to the proposed HCP. And so there's a lot of latitude in the draft FMP goals that doesn't give a lot of direction for how the forest would look for these different resources. I mean, we have
Well, like
goals.
give an example. What's an example of the current FMP's goal that wouldn't direct us to, some data? I guess that's what I'm.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, there would be goals in both FMPs for these, but the specifics and the prescriptions are in the current FMP, but are not in the new draft FMP.
Right.
This is Nick again, Lisa. So an example might be the specific targets we have for the different stand types on the landscape, getting back to the desired future condition. So in the current plan, in the actual plan proper, it says you know, a minimum, I'm going to paraphrase and get it wrong, but that a minimum of 30% of the forest should be in these two complex stand types, and that it should be 15% layered and 15% OFS. I mean, that's a real target in the plan directed at a specific habitat type or, you know, specific values from the forest, right? And there's no equivalent here, except I think within these measures, the performance measures that the board will use as their measures of the plan's success, but also like the criteria they're going to use to evaluate these scenarios. And like, as you guys are talking, understand your sort of confusion or sort of trying to figure out where's the traction. And I think some of it is exactly this. It's identifying these things, these other resources that are of particular interest to members of SFAC and the broader public, like habitat for big game. And so, you know, I think it's that. It's, hey, think about these other 7 things you forgot.
Push back, Nick and Tyson, if I'm astray here, but I've heard some confusion from people outside this room as well that I think might be alleviated if practically every time you talked about the FMP, you said with HCP, you know, that you're not this, the HCP is the species of concern component of the FMP. It's just that now we're in the weeds a little bit deeper. We're in this corner, but people will tend to see this and tend to focus on what you're not talking about in the FMP, and just being reminded that unlike the previous plan, where it was fully integrated, you have these, now it's somewhat bifurcated or segmented, but it's the same plan writ large. I'm just remembering to say, you know, and HCP.
So Lisa wrote something in the chat about tribal cultural resources. And so I don't know if you want to read that and then see if you can answer it.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So when something is not included in the models, it doesn't mean that we're not accounting for it in the FMP and in the performance measures. So for the tribal and cultural resources, you know, for the performance measure, that would be coming directly from the draft FMP's tribal and cultural resource goals. It's just not something that is included in the forest activity modeling that Todd is doing. And so for the left-hand side of things not including in the models, they will be included in future performance measures and consideration that the board is making for assessing GPV. They're just often things that are very difficult to quantify.
I just have a question around that then. And I, you know, can't speak to it in specifics. And I know this is something that's been growing as a topic. But as you look across the landscape, are you plugging into the models at all the places outside of the HCAs that you know have tribal resources? And I would say you know, there might be small amounts of cultural tribal resources across the landscape. And I'm not speaking to those. I'm speaking to large areas that SHPO knows and you know, the maps show, and making some distinction internally. I understand those areas cannot be provided to the public, but getting some understanding as you're doing this modeling, if it's outside of the HCA, those areas are going to have different, more than likely as time goes on, the operations in those areas are going to be different than they would be in other places in the landscape.
Yeah, that's a great point. And it's not something that we've considered, but something we could think about.
Yeah, because I think the way that we think about doing work across the landscape in places where there are significant cultural resources, it's going to become, the way that we work there is going to become tighter over time.
Just to follow up there too, there is in the cultural resource section of the FMP, a series of goals there around tribal resources and tribal relationships. So just want to like put that all on your radar to make sure you dig into that at some point. And Cindy Kolomachuk, who's been serving as our liaison recently. She worked closely with the 9 federally recognized tribes in developing the language there. So it's pretty current, I would say.
Amanda, Associated Oregon Loggers. 2 quick comments. Can you go back to the table again with I did just want to ask on scenario 2, is that the only one that's looking only within the general management? 'Cause it says outside HCAs. So are all of them going to be just outside HCAs, or is that one specific?
So all of them are all of them, the management differences would be outside of HCAs. I just wanted to clarify that when that scenario was talked about at the board, the even distribution of age classes was outside of HCAs. So that, the HCAs wouldn't count in that distribution of timber production ground extending into longer rotations. But where it gets, so scenario 1, the volume targets, for those first 30 years, the volume target includes the volume that would come out of habitat treatments within HCAs.
Okay.
So it's like the management differences between scenarios happen outside of HCAs, but yet the volume target one, includes HCAs, even though the management within HCAs for all scenarios is for habitat development. So that doesn't vary between scenarios.
Okay. No, so that it's just one of the ways that specific scenario is being constrained, more or less. And that makes sense. I just want to highlight that because I know within the performance measures or the draft performance measures document and the adaptive management pieces, right now how it's organized is there are set goals or ranges or objectives within and outside of HCAs. And so for not doing something within they're just trying to be clear of what the outcome is and what the output is from the scenarios and how that relates to the performance measures conversation and the trade-offs. So just wanted to highlight that and just kind of get that clarification. So thank you. That's helpful for me to understand the constraining piece of that and where it may apply and where it may not apply. Because it's my understanding that the scenarios and the way that you guys are doing the modeling, well, maybe you guys can tell me this. It's somewhat geographically explicit, right? Is it very geographically explicit or somewhat on an area base? Can you kind of outline that?
Yeah, I mean, it's modeling like, specific on the ground harvests in those places,
Yes.
as the stands are developing.
Yeah.
This is Todd, Information Unit Manager. I think your question is more specific about the organization of the goals, the geographic versus the district scale. Is that more specific to your question?
No, I mean, for people that don't, and the general public that don't necessarily understand how modeling works, right? Like you can put information in and it might not be geographically explicit, right? But this is geographically explicit in that you guys, from a management perspective, it's not just this general acreage, and this is generally how this acreage could be harvested and managed, but like this acre or this 10 acres should be managed under this specific, in this specific way, you know, so kind of that level of geographic specificity.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, okay. Yeah, that's correct. So this model is very spatially explicit. Each subdivision of polygon has a set of attributes that go along with it. And the model uses that to then schedule out those activities.
Yeah. Okay. No, I think that that's helpful. The one other thing that it's not related to that at all, but the other comment I would just make is that I know the board was given a survey that tried to get at their, prioritization or suggestions around the performance measures. It might be interesting to provide that to this group as a way of trying to get some additional information with maybe some, other please specify opportunities, just as an easy way to maybe get feedback from this committee.
Okay.
Excuse me again. Yeah, just going back to the modeling, it might be nice to see what your modeling is like. When I look at scenario 1, for example, volume targets, and I see 180 feet MMBF, I think, okay, does that mean that this model understands the age of all the forests in this district outside the HCA, and does it adjust depending on how old that forest is? Because obviously, in a 30-year 100-acre stand and a 60-year 100-acre stand, you're going to maybe get some different MMBFs. So I don't know, like, the sophistication of the models. Is it just like when you do scenario 10 up to 150 years in managed acres, does that mean you start at 20, 30, 40, 60, 80? I guess it would have been helpful to me to understand, the complexity of your modeling and what data goes into it. Because I don't have a clue just by looking at this. And,
Yeah, so I think that's a good point. And the
modeling.
December report that we made for our last round of modeling kind of talks about that and what data goes into it. So that could be a report that we send around just for people who are interested in seeing what goes on behind the scenes of the modeling. Because yeah, these future scenarios will follow a similar format. So it might be good to send around the outcomes from December.
Did you already send these around? Did I not read them? Did I
Oh.
not remember?
No, Lisa, I don't think they've gone out.
No, that was a year ago.
Okay. I don't really understand the complexity of the model and really what does the model show and how much finesse you can use with it. Thanks.
I'll just sneak in here. I think it would be might be useful to include in that presentation of the table that, if I'm correct, the volume contribution from just management volume within the HCA it's consistent across all those scenarios. So even though you have words like departure and a range, that they have a fixed input of volume from HCA management. That stuff isn't varying.
Yeah, the board's interested. So the previous runs we did a year ago were suggesting there's 30 to 40 million board feet in the HCA's, and the board is really interested in confirming that or not. So they do want to see it split out, and then also interested in achieving these specific objectives outside. But yeah, it's going to be included but split.
Great. So this is our timeline of what we're doing. The first 3 steps we're doing right now. I'm happy to take more feedback from you all on the scenarios or performance measures or other concerns about the models that you think should be elevated. Todd and I and Jody are working on adding details to the FMP scenarios, and we're presenting those to the board next month. The board will give us the final, say to go ahead, and then we'll be spending the winter modeling the scenarios and figuring out our outcomes that we'll report next spring. And the board and FTLAC will be reviewing outcomes from the scenarios, talking about trade-offs, and then based on that, the board will direct us, guide us with their vision for develop of the next set of implementation plans for the new FMP. And those initial implementation plans are different from the ones that Colleen just talked about, which are the IP revisions. So this is our rough timeline. I'm not sure how it fits with SFAC's schedule, but.
We typically meet March. I think we moved the timeline up to March. So maybe at our March meeting, we could have another conversation. Greg, I see your hand is raised. You're muted.
I did it again. I'd like to thank the ODF for asking for feedback from the SFAC. That's great. Thank you.
And I'll just kind of put it out there because it seems like you've gotten have you gotten what you needed from us? I think maybe not everything that you'd hoped for, but I think from the different members, maybe you've gotten a sense in terms of the modeling and things that folks are interested in or want to see more about. And I personally think the range that you're looking at, whether you call them bookends or not, you're taking a really broad look, which I think will only be helpful in terms of informing next steps. So I think, from the many diverse perspectives of what needs to be looked at and the range of options, being able to get really detailed modeling will be very useful.
Clarify, this is Barrett. I just want to, I think my head's been in this space where these performance measures are the ones that are going to be associated with the modeling project, correct? And the board, there are going to be additional potential performance measures that aren't associated with modeling. Like if I come up with a fantasy performance measure for recreation, that's somewhat of a separate. You say board sets performance measures, but in bullet 7, this is all in the context of the modeling exercise, correct? So there'll be another final performance measure step after this.
Yeah, so the performance measures were meant to accompany the new FMP. And this round of modeling, I think, wasn't initially planned until, after last December, when that round of modeling, the scenarios there were pretty clustered. They were pretty similar. And the board wanted a broader view. The performance measures, a lot of them are based on future HCP monitoring. So like the aquatic and riparian resources that would be in performance measures, a lot of that modeling the monitoring hasn't started because the HCP hasn't started yet. But the idea is that the board would use the performance measures in the future to gauge how the FMP is performing.
Right, but I'm just wondering if your timeline here, is that actually the end of the performance measure scoping or, development?
I can jump in here.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, we'll see what.
Mike Wilson. So I'm going to say no, right? Because there's still going to be a lot of unknowns out there. And I think the board has already kind of recognized the challenge with that. and just kind of backing off from initial discussions and their realization that they've even stated amongst themselves, right? Targets are hard. How do you pick that target? Maybe we're talking about ranges, and now a lot of it, they're thinking of more indicators, trends that they'd like to see. So I'm going to say that by that time, we are not going to have all the performance measures that they're going to want. But there are some, even that are not model output, say something associated with recreation, that we could still come up with, right? And still say, okay, we'd like to see an increasing trend in something about recreation. And the problem is, I think it's going to be, some of these things are going to be more around experiential things, right? Like how people are enjoying and engaging in state forests. And so it's kind of like, okay, wow, we have nothing to go on. We'll say we want it to be better. And what does that mean? So there's going to be some things that are still really fuzzy at that point. But since they're not, and this is a really good reason, again, whenever we get this question, not to have the performance measures in the FMP, which will be rule, but to have them outside the FMP so that they can be adjusted, developed, and so forth, so they can evolve a little bit over time. So I don't expect that we're going to have a fully fleshed out set of performance measures at that time. And then I think as we do some of these projects, again, I'll go back to, better data on recreation experience, on visitor engagement, right? Oregonians' engagement with our forest. Then we'll be able to develop some of those, because I don't think there's anything, it's not simple, because I don't think there's anything in an experiential framework, right, that focuses solely on recreation. I think it's a whole REI thing, and people understanding how the forest is, I mean, it's all wrapped up in one big ball of wax, so it's pretty complex. But anyway, so sorry. Short answer to the question is no, I don't think they'll all be there, but we'll be developing them.
Amanda, Associate Oregon Logger. So I think one thing to maybe help with that conversation is just the language that we're using. So the way I think about it, that the performance measures are topics. So the way that the document is currently written, the performance measure might be the adaptive capacity of forests. Then within that, there's components, and those are, and then that's, the what, and the what are we measuring to get to that, and then the metric is the how we're measuring that component to assess the topic of the performance measure, right? And so I feel like, and Mike, I might be wrong in this, but I feel like the performance measures may not change in which topics the board cares about, but the components or the metric, the way in which we measure those might, right? And I think that's those specific components and how to measure them, to me, is where SFAC can really help. Especially, I think, in a lot of the recreation, education, interpretation pieces. Like, I'm not an expert in that space, but I know a lot of people on SFAC are. And so, like, others might have really good ideas on how to measure those and what to measure within kind of the rec space that maybe isn't being presented right now in the current iteration of the document. And so like, for instance, AOL is very interested in the economic opportunities performance measure, right? And so, we're still waiting and trying to engage on how to flesh that out, to see, okay, well, what components can we measure? What should we measure? How should we measure those? What have we done historically? And like, historically, we've looked at, okay, well, how many board feet are we producing, and what is the general, if you think there's so many jobs per board foot that's supported or produced or developed, that's one way of trying to get to that. But like, AOL believes that isn't wholly accounting for all of the different types of jobs associated with work that happens on state forests. So there's a lot of project work. We talked about all the road work stuff and the restoration work and planting and invasive species treatment. A lot of that stuff maybe isn't wholly accounted for within just looking at board feet. So that's, one of the ways that we're engaging ODF as a partner in trying to identify those. So I think there's a lot of expertise on SFAC to try to identify some of those components and the metrics within sort of these topics of the performance measures. So anyways, I don't know if that helps people think that they don't eat, sleep, breathe this every day like I do and some of the other people in the room do. But
What I'm getting
it's a
at-
different framing.
What I'm getting at is performance measures like the economic one you've described. They connect pretty well with a model run. And so that's where the attention is now, these performance measures that connect well to model runs. Performance measures on recreation or some other topics, they don't. So they aren't super timely now. My concern is that historically, the performance measure process was a discrete, compact process that was started and ended. And then that was kind of in stone for quite some time. You couldn't just stroll into a board meeting and say, how about we introduce a new performance measure today? It would just blow everything up. So that's what I'm asking about is is that opportunity going to be ongoing, and as opposed to the door closing after this model process? I think I understand now. I just wanted to clarify. So.
Go ahead.
One other important piece to remember is that these performance measures are not the only place where we're going to be accountable for various things. You know, we've had multiple conversations about how we're going to look at some of our implementation plans and having some specific metrics in those. We're continuing to modify our AOPs, and I think a lot of those, to Amanda's point earlier, even if the performance measure itself is relatively vague on these things, are really hard to like quantify, because that's the difficulty, and especially within that REI space, is trying to quantify it, for the next 40 years today is very difficult. But it's easier to quantify specific metrics at, say, a 10-year period of like, we're going to build X, we're going to expand on these facilities type of thing. And so you may find that some of those harder to quantify ones stay relatively vague, and then they're provided more detail and context within those implementation plans and in the annual operations plans that talk to how they're going to implement that. But we haven't developed either of them yet, and so we'll see as we move forward if that's how that flexes. But I guess that's just one way that I could see that we could address some of those hard to quantify items a little easier, so that we quantify them in digestible nuggets.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, thanks all.
All right, so we've got about 35 minutes left, and I think our topics are gonna maybe take around that much period of time. So if everybody's okay, I think we're just going to like move right on through the rest of the agenda, and then I know I can get you out of here by 3. If we take a break, it would be questionable. So the next topic on the agenda is the peer support program. So Nick and Robbie, I think you guys were going to lead that, or Don, you want to?
Yeah, I'll cover that one. So thanks, Don Everingham, Northwest Oregon Area Director, ODF. So this is kind of a big transition from some very division-specific topics to mental health. So there you go. And then we've got some other topics here on the agenda that we just wanted to note for the group, but I do think it'll go quickly, and we will ensure you're out of here by 3. So it states on the agenda, peer support program. I think I probably want to add, again, an initiative from the department to focus on not only the physical health of our employees, but the mental health as well. And so I would add their responder life as well as the peer support program. So Emily, if you don't mind putting up, so as an organization, we've done quite a bit of work around ensuring firefighters are physically fit. And when I say firefighters, I include people in this room. It's really across that militia concept in the organization. But we really are trying to focus on mental health as well. So first responders have unique, demanding, and rewarding jobs. And we had a little of that conversation earlier around fire season. ODF does fit into that first responder category when you look at some of those definitions, but are somewhat unique. There's other things that law enforcement and structural fire departments respond to that we are not exposed to. But at the same time, as part of this, there are some risks for our employees. Essentially, we're going into situations where others are trying to get out of those situations. So as a result, employees exposed to trauma, and whether that's direct in a specific fire experience or specific fire, but also just kind of cumulative over the career. The problem, we talked a little bit about the culture, and there are a lot of positive things about our culture, but I would wholeheartedly agree there's improvements we can make in our culture that are needed. There is a stigma around mental health and those that struggle kind of in some of that culture. It's not really talked about, and then at times it's viewed as a weakness. So statistics, firefighters and law enforcement officers are more likely to die by suicide than they are in the line of duty. Public safety dispatchers study has found many of them are experiencing depression as well as symptoms of PTSD. If you look at the use of, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, coping, other mechanisms, it's a lot higher in that first responder category than the general population. And so the agency has entered a contract with a nonprofit called Responder Life. And I'm just going to kind of read through a little bit of their mission here that's on the website. So behind the uniform is a person, an individual pursuing a calling that is both exhilarating and exhausting. And I think I would say that about this last fire season. Stepping into complex situations, there's a chance to protect and save a life, but it also has a cost. Men and women respond in everyone's worst day. Their commitment to this purpose exposes them to loss, violence, tragedy, and disappointment. So the reality is kind of coping with that can manifest itself in personal and professional challenges that can be difficult to overcome. Oftentimes the trauma is overwhelming, support is too hard to find, and we're committed to changing this. So that's from the Responder Life website there. So ultimately, this Responder Life entity and this contract, there are mental health resources available to state employees, EAP, that sort of thing. But I view this as kind of an additional, more proactive approach and a resource that the agency has prioritized to provide for the employees. And as part of that contract, I kind of see it as maybe three different categories. So for one, we have access, and actually the first one I'll start is training. Responder Life is helping us build a ODF peer support program. And so they're offering training for ODF employees to be part of a small subset of a group that's trained to be a peer support member. So they go to critical incident response management training. They go to a peer support training to understand confidentiality, conversations, understanding the role of a peer support member, some proactive conversations to help people diffuse stress and that sort of thing, but also understand that there could be topics that they're faced with that are above that level and need to be elevated. So with that, peer support or Responder Life is trained, and I think we're currently up to 11 in the state, ODF peer support members that can kind of proactively interact with our employees, ensure people are doing okay, be a resource, basically somebody to talk to. And the value of the peer support is essentially trying to make that person as easily approachable as possible. Many people don't want to take the step of, let's say, looking at EAP and contacting a therapist. But when you have somebody standing next to you, they're dressed like you, they're on the fire line next to you, They're much more easily approachable and they can relate. So you can skip past some of the things that you may have to, I don't need to talk to, they're not going to understand that sort of thing. So to me, that's the value in the peer support piece. So we've got a group of ODF employees, and so that's a benefit from that. In addition to this peer support contract, we were actually introduced to this nonprofit back in 2020 when ODF fire teams went into the state ECC and helped run the pandemic response. Since then, they have come to many different fire camps, stayed in fire camps, slept in tents, gone out on the line. They use the term being culturally competent clinicians. So they do the work with first responders to understand what the agency does and hence ensure that they can relate as well. And so as part of this contract, there's a critical incident response piece of that. And ultimately, we've exercised that the last 2 years. We have had a number of critical incidents with a contractor fatality 2 years ago. We did have an fire related but off-duty fatality this year. Ultimately, there's a mechanism, much like our agency responds immediately, this outfit does as well. So we do deploy them across the state throughout fire season. They've been in fire camps, they've been in ODF offices, they've been conducting diffusings and other critical incident support items, as well as the peer support members as well. We've got that on people's red cards, and we've deployed those ODF folks to fill that peer support role across the state this summer as well. So I think that probably captures it. Again, maybe a new space, again, a stigma, working to kind of break that down, an additional resource for the agency, but something that can help us with the critical incidents. And even as we enter this off season, that group is working to develop a strategy for those that have been gone all summer, are trying to reintegrate with their families. Maybe things slow down. Now they start being alone with their thoughts, and maybe that's not so great, where they didn't have time to do that earlier. So a benefit for employees and a neat program we're building. So I think that's a high-level summary. Open it up to any questions. Otherwise, we can kind of continue moving.
I forgot to raise my hand, but I think it's a wonderful idea. It really brought to mind for me when our fire team went to Hurricane Katrina, and we actually had our operations folks were, searching houses to see if there were people still in them. And this was like a week after Hurricane Katrina. I think this is a wonderful idea, and I think it's been so necessary for a long time. So thank you so much for sharing that and for engaging in that program.
Okay, thank you.
The next topic was going to be the charter revision, and this was just kind of an introductory conversation.
Yeah, I'll keep it as brief as I can, which will be pretty brief. So it's basically just housekeeping. And so for awareness, and I think we talked about this at the last meeting, but so we've expanded the scope of SFAC to include, all state forests, or all three areas, the Eastern Oregon area and the Southern area. And so the charter itself will need to be revised accordingly. I'm just going to rip through this really quickly because nobody wants to scroll and read text. But so I went through the document and just started identifying the places where we'll need to make edits. I printed a copy here that has those sections highlighted. There's not that many. I basically just went through and wherever I saw Northwest Oregon, flagged it as something that will likely need to be reviewed and expanded. And so you can see examples of that here where under goals and objectives, it's really focused on the Northwest Forest Management Plan and the Northwest area. So I will be making some edits, which I'll then make available to everybody to review. Again, just under the scope itself, it says, for the individual districts in the Northwest Oregon area. So these are going to be relatively simple edits that just expand the scope of the team. And I'm trying to think if there was anywhere else of significance. And then so accordingly, I don't know if I didn't mean to switch this to so many pages, and I'm going to close out in a minute anyway, but under the membership piece, there are the ex officio, the non-voting members of ODF, and it lists myself in the deputy position and Don as it's the area director and the deputy position. And so may likely expand that to include the other two area directors, but Don and I haven't talked about that at all. That's it. And it's actually, I'm happy to answer questions for those of you that are here. Like I said, there's a printout. I will bring back a revised version for folks to look at, and stop sharing. It's probably a good segue into the next topic if there are no questions.
Just a process thing, is that, and I should know the answer to this, but I don't. That's why I'm asking. But in terms of updating or editing the charter, is that just something this committee does? Or does it need Mike's approval, or how does that work?
I'm not quite sure either. I was looking at it last night for guidance. It seems like it's the purview of the division of the department itself, because it's our charter for your organization. And Don, do you have anything to add to that?
No, I think it's a great question, and I do think it probably resides with Mike. And, ultimately, if folks remember, probably the Mike Bordelon days put this together initially, and it has probably never been edited or updated since. So I do think a process of, again, as we move to a Western Oregon forest management plan, I think it'd be healthy for the committee to be able to provide some review and comments into it, as dedicated as you all are, and ensuring that, again, it's a valuable use of your time to be on this committee. I think we'd want to make sure we're getting that review and capturing it as well.
Yeah, I agree. As I read it last night, it didn't seem like there's no harm and lots of benefit to their review.
So I'm remembering Mike Bordelon, that was before my time, but then Andy did an update. I'm trying to remember, it was when we changed the structure for chair and vice chair. So that was many years ago, I think now. So yeah, if it's done within the purview of the department, I think that's perfectly fine. The one question I had as we're thinking about it and thinking about revising the language around the members is thinking about the number of SVAC members, and then also thinking about the way that we would be expanding the geographic scope. And so is there a desire to increase the number of members, or in order to keep the facilitation of meetings from not getting too large? If we keep the number where it is, then how do we think about expanding geographic distribution while maintaining the same number of members? And so just some things to think about as you guys are working on it and putting together a draft. Those were a few things that I was thinking about. And actually, I think unless there's any other questions, go ahead, Linda.
Yeah, just really quick, Nick, I'll grab the printed copy, but can we get a electronic copy and kind of do track changes? And I mean, stuff like this would be really great to have before the meeting. You know, I think the only attachment or the only thing that we got before this meeting was the agenda. And we've had a lot of questions today, maybe more than we typically have. And I do think any way to facilitate kind of getting some of that stuff to us on the front end would be great. But either way, specifically for this one, they're looking for feedback. Electronic would be great for track changes and kind of consolidating some of our thoughts.
Yeah, and this wasn't necessarily like diving into the actual changes. This was more just letting you guys know it's coming.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. And so, yes, I think, I mean, I could give you this version, but I'm gonna make edits. So let me make the edits and I'll send it to the whole team. I can stop sharing, but you'll notice in the charter, it lists, as Denise was just speaking to, sort of the breakdown of the membership and the number of members. And that's definitely a place where I think we'd seek input from folks on what they think it should look like. And Don and I will definitely be talking about it.
And that actually lines up really well with Don, with the SVAC members whose terms are ending, recruitment for new members. And as we're doing that, thinking about maybe geographic distribution again this year. So yeah, because for some folks, I think there, you know, we're staggered in terms of our service. So.
Perfect. Don Everingham, Northwest Oregon Area Director. So yeah, and I think the other thing related to this in the charter that we need to look at, it also had a member selection committee that I don't think we have active any longer. And thinking through the process of should we go out and recruit for new members, what does that process look like? As we try to be open, inclusive, diverse, that sort of thing. So here we are, we've finished another year, right? So we've had 3 meetings this year with March, May, and now October. Ultimately, we currently run, and Ron Zilli did quite a bit of work on this piece, so I'm hoping it is updated and current before he retired. But essentially, we kind of run a 14-member committee. Currently, 2 of those positions are vacant, and 3 of those expire at the end of this year. So as I kind of walk through this list, Mike Tody, yours is one of those that I believe you've completed a 3-year term. And so you're on that list. The tribal position is vacant with Mike Kennedy's retirement, and that's another piece we need to consider about. We've had, you know, kind of representation from one tribe. Again, what would a process look like to get other tribal membership, and what's the number that we would add to the committee? Lisa, hi, I've got you here as your term expiring at the end of the year. Our timber position is vacant, so Mike McKibben needed to resign off the committee. And then I know in May he had a recommendation of an individual. I don't remember that person's name, but I think at least he was able to attend a meeting and see what the committee's about. But that's probably something that we'll need to think through of going more of an open route to fill that position as well. And then Amanda, I've got your position here as well as completed a 3-year term. So I think our standard procedure is after this meeting, going to each of these 3 individuals and seeing if you are interested in extending and continuing on the committee. And from there, we then have at least 2 vacancies, and, you know, potentially may have additional to that should somebody want to go do other things. And then, like I said, we'll have to think about the process for maybe putting out to solicit for those positions. So that's where we currently stand, and have done some work to get those memberships staggered. Feel like we're in a pretty good place there.
Great, thank you, Don. Well, that's all really useful. And for those of you who completed your 3-year terms, thank you for your service. And I hope you both stay. And Lisa as well. Hmm? Yeah, and Lisa, you as well. So in terms of additional topics, this was more just an opportunity, like we always do at the end of the meeting, to see if there are additional topics that we could bring forward in the meetings beginning in 2025. And so I've taken some notes. We've had self-work presentations in the past, but it's been a really long time, so it's a great idea. And so I've got that on the list. I've also included the Board of Forestry survey that was done around the modeling, and whether we send out that survey and then have a conversation about it or something like that, I think would be great. When we were planning for this meeting, the workforce study came up as a potential topic. And then if there's any other topics that folks feel might be useful, you could say so now, or if you think of it later, feel free to email Dawn and Nick and I, and it'll go on the list for when we plan for the March meeting. Go ahead, Mike.
So I guess 3 years goes fast. Probably because I've missed half of the meetings, but 3 years ago, when I first joined SFAC, we started talking about where are these components of recreation management planning coming into this process through implementation plans, through the forest management plan, and I heard for 3 years that it's coming some point in time out in the future, and that carrot is still on the stick. It's still out there, and I don't know when we're ever going to get a bite of that thing. But it is important to me. That's one of the reasons I've invested some time here, and I'd just like to have a discussion around that. Barrett and I talk about it occasionally, as a couple of the recreation representatives, but still don't have a really firm idea about where we're going, what that looks like, how it's going to be included, if it's going to be included in an IP or any of that. So I'd like that as a topic.
It's still coming. No, I think that the reality is that that is part of the REI strategic plan that was completed in 2023 as a 6-year plan to be done by the end of 22 as a 6-year plan. That was the goal by the end of that period. And obviously it has a lot of implications with the IP, with the FMP, everything that's going on. And so I guess I would say just, this is not what you're looking for, Mike, but from the REI program perspective, it's also a huge piece for, where are we going? What does that look like? And it's the same thing with everything else that has been talked about with trying to get things finalized, trying to find those goals for, for harvest, for everything else that also has a big impact on our program as well. And so I guess certainly that's not the answer you want. But the answer is that we are absolutely, Colleen and I talk about it just about every couple of weeks. We have a specific meeting to figure out how are we going to fit this in with everything else that's happening. And so it is something we're still tracking very, very actively, but trying to make sure that we're not getting ahead of other plans and making sure it actually fits in. And obviously we did talk about a lot of changing timelines on this meeting even. So I guess that's the honest truth there.
Well, but I think to be fair, the work on the strategic plan, that the REI strategic plan, which is finished, it was designed it's just one more roll of the rock to get it into the FMP. So there's been a lot of progress, and it's poised to join the FMP pretty seamlessly.
And I guess the other thing too that I can share, Mike, and this might be a topic for another meeting potentially. There has been a lot that has taken place. in 2020, I guess, when the REI program was created, or 19, when the whole blueprint came together. There was a lot of data and information that was, stored on these different areas or was created in different areas. And there's been a lot of work to consolidate that because it takes a lot of information to actually create a plan. And so I'd be more than happy to share all the work that we have done to pull that information together so we can get to that next step. Because I think that would probably be a really helpful piece as well.
Yeah, and maybe that's the update to share.
And I can absolutely work on that or talk to you offline as well.
One thing just to follow up on that, Mike, I mean, I guess I grasp your frustration to a certain amount, but I also want to just point out the perspective that you're bringing. Like, so it's easy for us to focus on, you'll see on the accomplishments that I just went through. I focused on campgrounds. I focused on miles of trail. You've brought up a couple different topics today that were not on those accomplishments, like the differences between the designated campgrounds and the dispersed, or the differences between our older forest habitat and the younger cereal habitat. And so I don't want you to think that your perspective isn't getting heard, because it is. But sometimes it's important that we're constantly reminded of some of the things, because it's easy to get to where we focus on the things that we're familiar with. And so having somebody in the room go, don't forget X, is important. But it doesn't mean that it is not frustrating. And so I guess I hear you. And so, but keep telling us.
I'm just going to give Amanda, Associate Area Loggers, a few potential topics that might be interesting. The Forest Health Unit on the, out of Forest Resources, but, they look at all lands. Might be interesting to hear from them if they can do a focused presentation on sort of state of the forest on state lands. We've got EAB stuff and obviously Swiss needlecast, zombie alder stuff, but sod. There's some other pieces, and all the Firmageddon stuff and the true fir and now Douglas fir, and there's kind of a lot happening in that space that might be interesting to talk about as we try to advise from a informed or somewhat informed perspective on state lands issues. So that might be of interest. And then, there's, as we've talked about a little bit today, there's been a lot of change in the milling infrastructure and sort of the marketplace of forest products and our ability to, from an economic perspective, get things done in the woods. So it might be interesting to hear from either Brandon Kessel with ODF, or even outside kind of council, the Beck Group or something like that, Forest to Market, that might be able to help us understand that, that area a little bit better for the group. And I would add to that, I would love to have some sort of a panel, maybe from the environmental side, something that might be really of interest there, to kind of balance that out and to get different perspectives. So I don't know what that is. I'm not going to try to come up with what that is, but, just getting some different perspectives on what different stakeholders within SVAC care about might be interesting. A lot to go on there. Sorry, Denise.
It's always good to have a longer list.
It's a two-part. Do you think, with regard to surveying, that these automated response units or ARUs, got that right? Are they going to be in use with an HCP? Well, I'm not familiar with their use or their implementation. It'd be a cool little part of maybe a lightning round of topics. It'd be great to learn about how those are used, what they're all about.
Yeah, this is Nick, Deputy Chief. That is our intent. We've purchased some thus far, sort of thinking about how we have to build up our inventory, but also we've been testing them and learning about them and how to use them and how to interpret the data, analyze the data storage, et cetera. If we can, the thought is, and it's still in its infancy, is about building essentially a long-term monitoring grid that might even be aligned with the federal long-term monitoring grid. And so we're using, these are bioacoustic monitors, acoustic recording units, and they are trained to recognize and identify wildlife, particularly birds, and they can do it to the species, sometimes to the sex. And so you put them out there and they basically catalog everything that's out there for you. And what really excites me about them is getting beyond two species surveys. We spend $2 million surveying for 2 wildlife species. And this technology could provide us with whole community surveys across our entire forest, which would be super cool.
I can imagine a 10-minute speed round on the State Forests Trust of Oregon. Just say case study of a recent multi-partner project to execute in the REI space. Fun.
This is great. Thank you all very much for these topics. Really good. Yeah, well, like I said, I always prefer to have a longer list. So, well, thank you, everybody. We've got 5 minutes to spare, so really great meeting. Really appreciate everybody's attention and engagement and excellent presentations. So thank you to ODS staff. And yeah, we'll see everybody in March.